Hi, Ms. Jayapal. Can we test your audio and video?
Hi, good morning.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Lofgren. Can we quickly test your audio?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Good.
And Mr. Isa, can we test your audio and video?
Congressman Issa, sorry I missed my mic check.
All good, you sound great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Ross, can we quickly test your audio?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
And just, there's a few of us going back and forth between this committee and rules.
Understood, thank you.
Mr. Stanton, can we test your audio, please?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Hi, this is Madeline Dean, just checking in.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Jeez.
Good morning, everyone. This is just a reminder that we will be beginning the markup momentarily. Please make sure your microphones are muted, and we will need radio silence from here on out. Thank you.
The Judiciary Committee will please come to order, a quorum being present. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. Pursuant to Committee Rule 2 and House Rule 11, Clause 2, the chair may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment for which a recorded vote for the ayes and nays are ordered. I would like to remind members that we've established an email address and distribution list dedicated to circulating amendments, exhibits, motions, or other written materials that members might want to offer as part of our markup today. If you would like to submit materials, please send them to the email address that has been previously distributed to your offices, and we will circulate the materials to members and staff as quickly as we can. I would also remind all members that guidance from the Office of Attending Physician states that face mask coverings are required for all meetings in an enclosed space, such as committee markups, including when speaking. Finally, I would ask all members, both those in person and those appearing remotely, to mute your microphones when you are not speaking. This will help prevent feedback and other technical issues. You may unmute yourself at any time you seek recognition. Before we begin, I want to announce that we will not mark up H.R. 1843, the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act, or H.R. 2383, the Jabara Hire No Hate Act today. The committee had scheduled these bills for markup because it is crucially important that they be enacted soon in order to address the alarming rise in hate crimes against members of various minority groups over the last few years, including most recently, the stark and troubling increase in hate crimes and hate incidents against Asian Americans, many of whom have been unfairly blamed for the COVID-19 pandemic. The Senate is currently in the process of considering these bills and may vote on them later this week. Given that ongoing process, we have chosen to postpone markup of these bills for now, and we will wait to see what results from the Senate process before determining the best path forward. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2393, the No Oil Producing and Expanding Cartels Act of 2021, or NOPEC, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 2393, to amend the Sherman Act to make oil producing and exporting cartels
Without
illegal.
objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. The Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, or OPEC, is an international cartel whose members deliberately collude to limit crude oil production as a means of fixing prices, unfairly driving up the price of crude oil to satisfy the greed of oil producers. They've gotten away with this for over 50 years. Such behavior, if done by private companies, would be illegal per se under U.S. antitrust law. Because of a series of court decisions, however, our nation's antitrust enforcers are unable to protect American consumers and businesses from the direct harm caused by OPEC's blatantly anti-competitive conduct. H.R. 2393, the No Oil Producing and Exporting Cartels Act, or NOPEC, addresses these decisions by expressly authorizing the Justice Department to pursue antitrust enforcement actions against OPEC members, should it choose to do so, and by ensuring that American courts have jurisdiction to hear such cases. I'm pleased to join my colleague, Congressman Shabbat, as an original co-sponsor of this legislation, along with Antitrust Subcommittee Chairman Cicilline. NOPEC would amend the Sherman Antitrust Act to add a new section that explicitly makes it illegal for any foreign state to act collectively with others to limit production, fix prices, or otherwise restrain trade with respect to oil, natural gas, or other petroleum products. This provision could be enforced only by the Justice Department. The bill also creates an exemption under the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act to allow litigation against foreign countries to the extent that they are engaged in price fixing and other anti-competitive activities in violation of this new section. Finally, this legislation clarifies that the act of state doctrine, which generally disfavors a judicial review of certain actions by foreign governments, does not prevent courts from deciding antitrust cases brought against foreign governments under this act. NOPEC strikes an appropriate balance between allowing aggressive enforcement of U.S. antitrust law against OPEC to keep oil prices in check and respecting the separation of powers by deferring to the executive branch whether litigation is appropriate in any given case in light of foreign policy and national security concerns. OPEC controls about 80% of global oil reserves, 40% of the world's oil production, and more than 60% of the petroleum that is traded internationally. When acting collectively, OPEC countries can greatly influence crude oil prices. This effort to increase crude oil prices directly impacts American consumers because the price of crude oil is the largest single determinant of retail prices. According to one estimate, crude oil prices accounted for 56% of the cost of retail gasoline as recently as February 2021. And the retail price of gasoline touches almost every aspect of Americans' daily lives, from the cost of commuting to the price of food and almost every consumer good, to the extent that such prices reflect transportation expenses. High gas prices, in addition to raising these costs and cutting into Americans' income, can also cause a vicious cycle of negative economic effects. For example, when higher prices cause consumers to cut back on purchases and limit their travel, businesses lose revenue, and they may be forced to lay off employees or to limit their employees' salaries. This in turn unleashes another loop of negative economic effects, as those employees have less money in their pockets to spend. I support NOPEC because it would provide the federal government with an important tool to address unfair retail gas prices. Excuse me. This legislation was unanimously reported out of the committee last Congress, and I look forward to its passage again this Congress. I thank Mr. Shabbat for introducing this bipartisan legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill. I yield back the balance of my time. I now recognize the distinguished ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, this is a good piece of legislation. For those of us who have been around a term or two, we've probably all supported this in the past. It's the fundamental belief that monopolies are bad and free markets and competition are good, and I would argue fundamental to healthy capitalism. So Mr. Shabbat has done a good job, along with you, Mr. Chairman, on this legislation. I think it's something we should support, and I'll yield back my time and wait for the gentleman from Ohio, the other gentleman from Ohio, to talk about his bill in just a few minutes. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the chair of the Subcommittee on Antitrust, Commercial, and Administrative Law, the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since 1960, the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, or OPEC, has colluded to manipulate the supply and price of crude oil with total impunity under our laws. In recent years, OPEC members have entered into an anti-competitive agreement with 11 non-OPEC countries, including Russia, to manipulate oil prices by reducing production. In other words, this means that working people in our country end up paying more for gas or heat for their homes. Cartel behavior like this is considered a hardcore criminal violation of the antitrust laws because it's an explicit agreement to collude in order to fix prices, reduce output, or allocate markets. The Supreme Court has referred to this anti-competitive conduct, which has no pro-competitive justification, as the supreme evil of antitrust. But unlike other cartels, foreign oil cartels are free to engage in anti-competitive conduct to fix the price of oil due to legal doctrines of sovereign immunity and active state, which place firm limitations of the judicial process when it comes to resolving legal disputes with foreign governments. It's time for this to end. I'm proud to join Congressman Shabbat as the lead Democratic co-sponsor of the NOPEC Act. This legislation will give meaningful relief to millions of Americans by authorizing the Justice Department to investigate and prosecute foreign oil cartels. It would do so by clarifying that commercial activity by other countries to limit the production or set the price of oil and other petroleum products is not exempt under the Foreign Sovereign Immunity Act or judicial doctrines. While I strongly support the goals of NOPEC, it's also important to keep several caveats in mind as we consider this legislation. First, merely removing barriers to antitrust enforcement against foreign oil cartels by the Justice Department, as this bill would do, does not compel law enforcement in this area or constrain the department's enforcement strategies. Instead, the NOPEC Act authorizes the department to investigate and potentially bring these types of cases, which alone may be enough to discourage collusion by foreign oil cartels. Put another way, this bill gives the executive branch a tool to speak softly and carry a big stick. Second, this legislation is designed to serve as a complement, not a substitute, to diplomacy and thoughtful engagement with OPEC members and other countries that collude to withhold oil supply. The NOPEC Act is not an invitation for any administration, Republican or Democratic, to politicize antitrust enforcement or pick geopolitical winners and losers. And finally, antitrust enforcement alone is not a silver bullet to lowering oil prices. It must be a national priority to deploy and expand our capacity for clean energy production. In closing, I thank Congressman Shabbat Chairman Nadler, for their commitment to taking on foreign oil cartels through consideration of the NOPEC Act. This legislation is a testament to the committee's long-standing bipartisan tradition of investigating and addressing anti-competitive conduct that harms working families. I look forward to continuing this work with my colleagues to ensure that our economy is working for everyone, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. And I recognize Mr. Shabbat for the purpose of explaining his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to first thank you, Chairman Nadler, and Ranking Member Jordan for your support of this common sense legislation to stop anti-competitive behavior in the overseas oil market. And I want to especially thank Mr. Cicilline for being the lead Democratic sponsor of this bill this year, and thank him for his support in the past as well. I first introduced this legislation back in 2000, along with the late John Conyers, and have reintroduced it numerous times over the years. Last year, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, we were able to report it out favorably out of this committee, and I hope this year we can finally get it to this president's desk. When Mr. Conyers and I first introduced this legislation more than 2 decades ago, gas prices at that time were climbing towards $3 a gallon and would eventually peak at over $4 a gallon in 2008. In recent years, our nation has done a much better job reducing our dependence on foreign sources of oil by increasing domestic production. Consequently, we've had lower gas prices for a number of years now. However, we are still subject to fluctuations in the global market. Lower prices have upset oil cartels around the globe, and now OPEC is ramping up its price gouging efforts once again. It's high time that we do more to fight this arbitrary production controls that continue to keep the price of crude oil and gasoline arbitrarily high in the United States. The average U.S. household spends over $2,000 a year on gasoline. And back in my district in Cincinnati and Warren County, that's a big chunk of change, big chunk of their paycheck. Given that 60% of the world's oil is controlled by OPEC nations, my constituents and many American consumers often have difficulty reliably budgeting for fuel expenses when the cost for filling up their cars and trucks can fluctuate wildly, subject to OPEC's arbitrary price controls. As the former chairman and ranking member of the House Small Business Committee, I would further note the impact that rising gas prices have on small businesses. As the price of gas increases, so too does the price of shipping goods throughout the U.S., putting pressure on an already razor-thin bottom line and ultimately having a negative impact on our overall economy. International oil cartels regularly manipulate the price of crude oil by limiting production, thereby driving gasoline prices arbitrarily high in the U.S. Ultimately, this legislation allows us to fight back against such artificial market manipulation by holding foreign countries and entities accountable for violating U.S. antitrust law. This legislation is straightforward. It authorizes the Attorney General, and only the Attorney General, to bring suit against oil cartel nations and entities for anti-competitive behavior in federal court. Further, it ensures that nations will have to defend their actions in anti-competitive behavior by removing their ability to use active state, foreign sovereign compulsion, or political question doctrine as defenses or assert sovereign immunity in such cases. It's only by threat of being held liable in U.S. courts for their manipulation of crude oil prices that we can truly put an end to OPEC's unlawful actions. It's high time that we pass NOPEC and finally hold OPEC accountable for its price gouging and anti-competitive behavior. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation on both sides of the aisle, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any amendments to H.R. 2393? Does anyone seek recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
He did, but he pulled.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of the bill.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this bill because it is going to become even more important as the years go by here that this be put in place, because OPEC and other conglomerates like that, other organizations that are set up in violation of antitrust laws are going to become more powerful in the energy sector. And that is because of actions that were taken, for example, on January 20th, when the Keystone Pipeline was shut down here in the United States of America, as we've seen federal lands for drilling be shut down here in the United States. One of the greatest accomplishments of this country in the last decade has been to gain energy independence. That's ultimately what has made OPEC toothless. And we will put the fangs back in OPEC if we continue on the path that the Biden administration has taken here to shut down the infrastructure like Keystone to transport oil, to shut down the production, to shut down processing. We know those things that have happened, and we've seen the plan that has come forth. Things like the Green New Deal that make it very clear that America will become more dependent on other countries. So, Mr. Chairman, I think about the comments that you just shared, the negative impacts of having higher energy costs. You are absolutely correct. Less money for consumers out there, whether it's for healthcare, for schools, for whatever they choose to do, they will have less money as a result of rising oil prices. And I think about the chair of the subcommittee, the gentleman from Rhode Island. He talks about a national priority. This was a national priority for the last decade, and I would say for decades, for us to become energy independent in America. And that is now being jeopardized. Unfortunately, and I will vote for this bill, and I think it's an important bill. Unfortunately, it may be needed more now than ever as America's energy independence is jeopardized. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition? Gentleman is recognized. Put on your mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in camaraderie with my colleague and the statements that he just made, that I find it interesting that we're here in some amount of agreement on this legislation, on a consensus that OPEC is operating as a cartel is not a good thing for the United States and our domestic and national security, but yet we're sitting here on the precipice of a Green New Deal, so-called, and we've already seen direct assaults on the very policies that have made America the world leader in oil and natural gas. And I would remind my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that these assaults on pipelines, these assaults on small businesses and oil and gas operators in Texas, the assaults on restricting access to federal lands, the assaults on offshore drilling by the Biden administration, and then whatever may or may not be being proposed in the so-called Green New Deal, risk destroying the lifeblood of our nation and our economy. And it is, in fact, this leadership in the world in oil and natural gas that has driven CO2 levels down by virtue of innovation in clean burning natural gas. We know that. The evidence is there. America's CO2 levels are down to 1990 levels. And that has been driven predominantly, not solely, predominantly by access to clean burning natural gas through innovation in our production. And I would submit that we ought to be focusing, rather than clamping down on our production, we ought to be, I would submit we ought to be radically increasing American production, radically encouraging American oil and gas production and exploration, exportation of liquefied natural gas to China and India, which are demonstrably producing far more CO2 on a relative basis. They are growing their CO2 production, and we would have the ability to change that. But instead, we're adopting radical leftist policies that would undermine the very strength of our oil and natural gas industry at a time when we desperately need it. We desperately need it to be a stronger position in the world economically, but also as we come out from COVID, as we want to build growth, create economic opportunity, create jobs. Literally the exact opposite thing of doing that is what the administration is doing by throwing all of these regulations, all of these taxes, all of these limitations on the strength and the backbone of our oil and natural gas industry. So, I would submit that we ought to embrace legislation such as my colleague Lauren Boebert's legislation to ensure that we push back on the president's executive orders limiting access to federal lands. I've actually been happily surprised to see a good number of my Democratic colleagues start to rattle about how far the Biden administration has been going in this regard. I know we've got a number of our colleagues from Texas on the other side of the aisle who understand how important this is to the industry in Houston, in Texas. But again, I reiterate how important that leadership is to the world. We all want to have a strong, healthy, clean environment, but we know that it is our innovation and what we've been producing in America that is leading the world. And one last point. Our strength, as we sit here and talking about OPEC, our strength, remember all the speeches we used to hear and all the conversations we had 15 years ago about, oh my gosh, we have got to reduce our dependence on foreign oil? I haven't heard that phrase in over a decade. Why? It hasn't been the magic of wind turbines. It has been the magic of innovation and the production of oil and natural gas, particularly in Texas, but throughout this nation. And if we want to be strong and if we want to push back on Iran, if you want to really push back on OPEC, this bill's great. Make sure the United States of America continues to lead in oil and natural gas production. I yield back.
Does anyone else seek recognition? For what purpose does Ms. Jackson Lee seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so very much. So interesting to have an opportunity to discuss the future of this nation in the House Judiciary Committee as it relates to the pathway of our sourcing our energy needs. But let me first of all thank Mr. Chavez for legislation that has been previously introduced, bipartisan legislation that is simple in its proclamation, and that is it's making clear that the act of state doctrine is not a basis for U.S. courts to refrain from considering cases brought under the new Section 7A. And I particularly appreciate the fact that the Department of Justice is able to prosecute the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC nations, for entering to such collusive agreements. We have seen OPEC over the years have an extraordinary influence over oil prices, and when acting collectively, OPEC can greatly influence crude oil prices, the largest single determination of retail gas prices, touching almost every aspect of Americans' daily lives. This has even happened in the last 2 to 4 years, when America were having challenges, even with our increasing independence, OPEC had an influence. So we know the antitrust laws have the responsibility of protecting consumers from entities that threaten competition and control prices. And I'm delighted that the subcommittee on our committee was able to move this bill forward, and I hope it goes to the floor. On the other hand, let me give some life experiences having practiced oil and gas law for a number of years, both in the gas upstream and downstream, natural gas, even before it became so popular as one of the more environmentally safe sources of energy, and also understanding the positions of our multinational energy companies that were fossil fuel dependent. And what I would make the point, as it seems that has become an issue to discuss in this committee, is that I believe President Biden has the best interests of the nation in mind. There's no doubt that the administration recognizes the vital role that fossil fuel has played over the decades. But I would take their words and say America is as good as this or better than this, meaning that we have the skills and technology to provide energy not only for ourselves but around the world in a climate-friendly manner. During the BP oil spill, as one of the only members of Congress who participated in the overall journey of so many secretaries of cabinet persons coming into Houston and going to BP, trying to decide how to stop the oil spill. In a hearing that we had here in Washington, every single one of them said that we have an environmental approach, and we know that we have to begin to look at climate change, renewables. That means that we have the capacity to provide for the energy of this nation through renewables, through solar, through wind, through a combination of energy resources, and through a transitional period. Let's be realistic. America has to be the leader in all aspects of energy, but in particular, it has to lead the world. Climate change is real. I know that because we have suffered the horrific impact of Hurricane Harvey, 51 trillion gallons of water. We have the need for Ike Dike that will stop the horrific flooding that comes about. All of that is weather triggered, and it certainly is triggered by climate change. So this is a good bill, but let's not stick our hands and our head in the inevitable sand or well. Let's realize that we can create jobs through moving America into the 21st century. And as someone would say, let's all try to get along and get it done together. There's no East Coast, West Coast, South and North bias. We have to provide for the American people safely and securely, and we still have the capacity to provide for the world using our technology and our common sense. Let's use our common sense, not see each other as enemies, but opportunities with our brilliance and our scientists and our engineers working together and making America the lead, as she should be, in providing for the world safely and securely. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Does any, for what purposes, Mr. Gomer seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate the work that's been done on the bill. As I was reading the bill, though, it was interesting. It talks in terms of foreign governments colluding to increase the price of oil. But the biggest threat so far in the last, well, since January 20th, had been our own U.S. administration taking actions, like already been mentioned, that have shut down a lot of our own efforts at production. It's been immeasurably helpful to Russia. I thought I'd been hearing for years now, people on the other side of the aisle didn't want to help Russia. Well, man, since January 20th, this administration, the Democratic Party, has all been immensely helpful to Iran, to Russia, to China, and to the drug cartels in Mexico. So this would seem to address the issue of those countries that produce oil without addressing what's been the biggest problem this year, and that's this administration helping those areas around the world besides the United States. And as we saw in the latest cold weather snap that froze so much in Texas, when we're in a crunch, you can't count on wind and you can't count on solar. We just need to be better prepared with natural gas that's so much cleaner. And so I don't have a lot of problem with the bill, but I think about the Obama administration, how they were cozying up to British Petroleum. They had allowed BP to have hundreds of egregious safety violations, which ultimately we end up with the big blowout down in the Gulf of Mexico. And the very day of the blowout, BP officials were reportedly talking to Senator John Kerry about being the first big oil company to come out in support of cap and trade. Some of us that were here recall that with cap and trade, we had a chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, one of the most honorable people that I've ever had an opportunity to serve with. We had significant disagreements on the best way to do some things, but that man was committed toward helping America's poor and making their lot better. And when he commented that cap and trade was not only a tax, it was a great big tax. And let's face it, it's the big tax on poor people. Rich people, price of energy goes up, it's inconvenient. People on constant income, our seniors, our working poor, it is absolutely devastating. And what this administration has done in this short time since January 20 has devastated America's poor as it has driven up the price of oil. It's great for the oil companies, great for Russia and Iran, but it has been very hurtful to America's poor. Of course, Speaker Pelosi fired him for saying that, since he did want to push through Obamacare, but he did not want to push through cap and trade. So I applaud efforts to try to keep the price of energy low, but trying to say that it's been foreign countries that's driven it up when it's the Biden administration that has had such a consequential blow to the pocketbooks of the nation's poor and middle class, I think it just turns a blind eye to those folks that need help. So it's fine to go after foreign countries. We should, that collude to try to run up the price of oil. That has been a huge problem in the past. But right now, our biggest problem is the Biden administration, and I hope they'll quit picking on the poor like this. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek
Mr.
recognition?
Chairman.
For what purposes, Mr. Jordan?
Just to speak on the legislation. Speak on the legislation.
Oh, the gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not only do we have the inconsistency that the previous speaker from Texas, Mr. Gomer, pointed out, where you have the Biden administration making it difficult on the oil and gas industry, therefore driving up the price, and now we have a bill that's going to hopefully help us with what foreign governments are doing and help bring down the price. So we got the inconsistency there. We just have the inconsistency on antitrust law in and of itself. I mean, competition is good. Monopolies are bad. This is what this bill tries to address. But just a few weeks ago, we had the same subcommittee have a hearing on a bill that was going to allow the newspapers of this country to collude and form a cartel. So I would just like to be consistent. And we talked last week in the antitrust report about big tech and the power that monopoly situation has, particularly in silencing conservatives and attacking free speech. But I think inconsistency, the gentleman from Texas is just right. That is something that I think troubles many of us. That bill, the bill to allow the newspapers of this country to collude, to allow the New York Times and the Washington Post to form a cartel, particularly in light of what we saw last fall during the election, where they colluded to prevent the American people from getting access to an important story in the run-up to the presidential election, is particularly troubling. So I too am like the gentleman from Texas, struck by the inconsistency we see from our colleagues on the other side. Nevertheless, this is a good piece of legislation, and I hope we pass it.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
I'd like to yield my time to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee.
Let me thank the gentlelady from Florida, and obviously I know that she has spent a lot of time understanding the impact of climate change coming from Florida. But having lived through the freeze, Mr. Chairman, with enormous pain of my constituents, we are still suffering. And we had never experienced the depth of cold in our lives, to be very honest with you. People died. People froze in their beds. An 11-year-old died. We had no answer. On the other hand, our colleague in El Paso, wise as they are, had a grid that allowed them to have the resources that they could access. Of course, we did not. Texas is a singular grid with no relationships anywhere short of a Southwest federal agency that they can work with New Mexico, I believe, in Oklahoma. But the real issue is that it was well documented that the renewables were not the cause of the freeze. It was the lack of preparedness of the state of Texas, the state elected leadership, the nonprofit board that no one knew existed, ERCOT, and it was a calamity. Because of the way our grid was structured, probably from a selfish perspective some many years ago, we were allegedly self-sufficient and could not receive any gifts that anyone wanted to give us, if they wanted to. I know that because I was on the telephone seeking gifts from California and New York. That's right. They were far enough that they were not in the mix of a freeze at that time. We couldn't do it. There was no connectedness. But it is well known that the gas wells froze. Fossil fuel wasn't working. And so it was a absolute structural and policy and leadership failure that had us in that predicament. You just can't point to renewables. It is just inaccurate. Headlines tell you it's inaccurate. And I ended by saying my last remarks, we can all work together on this. The multinationals, the energy companies in my district know about climate change and the environment and alternative sources of energy, which they can be as much of a giant there in the whole Gulf region. It's not going to happen overnight. I understand my colleagues. It's not going to happen overnight. I see the oil wells. They're all up and down Houston, outside of Houston. You don't drive anywhere without seeing a baby oil well somewhere. That's Texas. But we have the great ability to make a difference, and we are beginning to do so with wind and solar. So I just wanted the record to be clear that the freeze, as all my friends know, was enormously serious in the urban areas and rural areas. We lost loved ones in the midst of COVID-19. And the state legislature is now grappling with how to resolve this. We're looking at federal legislation on weatherization, but that's not going to be the only answer. The answer has to be a reckoning of where we go from here on providing non-interruptible energy to the American people. And we must advance in the 21st century and the 22nd century. We have just landed on Mars, an impossible task. Proud to be a supporter of NASA. You know that we can do better with our energy infrastructure scheme, our resources. But to blame the freeze on any aspect of renewables is unfortunately not accurate. The record must be clarified. It cannot be left unclarified. Let me thank Mr. Cicilline as well for stepping his toes into an energy bill. We appreciate it. I know it has antitrust ramifications, but we thank him for that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back to the gentlelady from Florida and thank her very much for yielding.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purposes, Mr. Gates seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the NOPEC legislation, and it seems that OPEC has never mattered less in our lives. I think one reason is that the Trump administration really built energy dominance into their focus and approach. And I do believe that both sides can be right. It's sincerely my hope that over these next several years, we dramatically expand utilization of renewable energy. It's one of the reasons why I've proposed a green real deal, so that we can have an all-of-the-above approach to energy where we can improve our electric grid so that we have greater capacity for renewables. I don't think that we ought to demonize wind or solar or natural gas that seems to have great opportunities to serve our country and to ensure that people live better lives and can afford the energy that they need. I would yield the remainder of my time to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
I thank the gentleman from Florida, and I agree with him. And my former boss, Governor Rick Perry, the future Secretary of Energy, as the gentlelady from Texas well knows, adopted the all-of-the-above energy approach that my friend from Florida just described. And in fact, Texas is the leading wind producer in the United States of America, one of the leading wind producers in the world. Now, the gentlelady, I would not disagree that there were a number of factors that led to what we dealt with in February in Texas, including winterization issues in gas production. But also it is patently clear from the charts and the data and the production of energy of the fall off of wind and frozen turbines. Like the data and the evidence is clear. Like half the turbines froze. Now, we can talk about winterization of the turbines. We can talk about the administration of that, but we can't just ignore the facts and the reality. And I would acknowledge that or offer that it is bipartisan agreement that the Biden administration is fumbling on issues involving oil and natural gas and damaging our country as a result of that. In a letter bearing the signatures of 4 Texas Democrats, including Representative Mark Vesey of Fort Worth, that group declared, quote, "Now is not the time to jeopardize American jobs or the critical tax and royalty revenues that federal leases generate for local, state, and federal government that needs funds now." That's one quote from one letter. And I would just point out that, as my friend from Florida pointed out, that we have the ability to achieve our objective of having a diverse supply of energy. But one of the fundamental problems Texas faced was that our load, our base load, was hampered. And significantly, by the way, because if you go back a decade, nuclear and coal, where you have storage on site, so you're not transmitting it, was a much bigger percentage of our overall load in Texas. So when we moved to renewables, we moved to wind, moved to solar, which we have massive amounts of in Texas, we all know that. But you also moved to clean burning natural gas, which has been the massive factor in driving down CO2 levels around the world. Not wind, not solar, clean burning natural gas is the biggest driver of reducing CO2 levels around the world. And we know that. The data shows that. So why would the Biden administration undermine that? Why? Pure politics, that's why. And we know that in Texas. We know that because we've seen it in action. And again, I saw it in action when I worked for Governor Perry, and he embraced the all-of-the-above approach that my friend from Florida described. But I think it begs questions in reviewing Texas's grid. Do we have the baseload capacity necessary to be dependent upon? And how much do you invest? How many billions of dollars of subsidies do you put into renewables? $19 billion of subsidies in Texas to have that number one production in wind. Is that the right policy? Or would we be better off if a bigger percentage of our grid were, say, nuclear? How much CO2 does nuclear produce? 0. Let's talk to Harry Reid about where you store nuclear, but we'll save that for another day. I yield.
The gentleman yields back.
Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Does anyone else seek recognition? In that case, we'll vote on the bill. Reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 2393 favorably to the House. Those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2453, the Driving for Opportunity Act of 2021. For purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 2453 to provide grants to states that do not suspend, revoke, or refuse to renew a driver's license of a
Without
person.
objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. I am proud to support the bipartisan Driving for Opportunity Act, which would provide grants to help states move away from the practice of suspending, revoking, or refusing to renew a driver's license on account of a failure to pay a civil or criminal fee or fine. H.R. 2354 marks the committee's first opportunity this Congress to address the practice by state and local governments of imposing fees and fines in the criminal justice process, a practice that has devastated millions of families by trapping them in a cycle of poverty and punishment. The consequences of not paying any fees or fines imposed on the can be severe and wide-ranging and may include ballooning debt, driver's license suspension, diminished economic opportunity, and in extreme cases, a warrant may be issued and jail time ordered. These practices can, in effect, subject individuals to a modern debtor's prison. Today, we consider the Driving for Opportunity Act, which would promote the end of one of the most widespread and harmful consequences of non-payment of fees and fines, driver's license suspension. Throughout the United States, over 10 million people have had their driver's licenses suspended or revoked after they failed to pay court-ordered fines and fees. Both the individual and cumulative effect of this number of driver's license suspensions is not surprisingly profound. The vast majority of Americans depend on their car to drive to work. Nearly 30% of jobs themselves require driving a vehicle. Suspending a person's license frequently costs them their job and keeps them from finding a new one, which removes their ability to be financially stable and to provide for their family. In many cases, a person with a suspended license continues to drive rather than forfeit their ability to earn a living, which only subjects them to further legal jeopardy if they are caught. As with many aspects of our justice system, this burden falls hardest on the poor, who cannot afford to pay the required fees and fines, and those who live in rural areas where public transit or ride-sharing options may be limited. Driver's license suspension also has a broader economic impact, from higher unemployment rolls to greater costs imposed on businesses that must train new workers to replace those who lose their jobs because of suspended license. The loss of economic activity and the family hardships due to driver's license suspensions on account of non-payment of fees and fines cannot be justified by the practice's purported justifications, that they raise revenue and promote public safety. Whether states actually generate revenue by suspending licenses is dubious. Most states do not track the full fiscal impact of collecting unpaid debt and the associated criminal justice costs. In fact, ending the practice of suspensions might be the more fiscally sound practice. The fiscal year after California ended driver's license suspensions for non-payment of debt, the state reported an $82 million increase in non-delinquent collections. A number of studies suggest that alternatives to suspension have a greater success in generating revenue. A study that looks at one jurisdiction's efforts to help individuals with traffic fines pursue alternative payment options found that 53% of people with reinstated driver's licenses found employment as a result of reinstatement, and over 40% reported an increase in income associated with the program. In addition, from a public safety perspective, reducing law enforcement's encounters with individuals with suspended licenses would free up law enforcement to take on more appropriate tasks. For example, the Fees and Fines Justice Center reports that for every 1% increase in revenue from fees and fines, 6% fewer violent crimes and 8% fewer property crimes are solved. The states have started to push their appeal of their driver's license suspensions. Recently, my home state of New York took the right step and stopped suspending licenses for unpaid court debt. This legislation would help other states, many of which saw declining revenues during the pandemic, to end this unjust practice by covering the costs of reinstating previously suspended driver's licenses and incentivizing others to end the practice. I thank Representative Mary Gay Scanlon, the sponsor of this legislation, for her vision and her leadership in promoting a more equitable criminal justice system that does not criminalize poverty. This bipartisan, bicameral bill has united in support groups from across the political spectrum, from the Fraternal Order of Police to the ACLU. I ask my colleagues to join the diverse coalition that supports the Driving for Opportunity Act in supporting this bill today. I now recognize the distinguished ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 2453 is an unnecessary waste of taxpayer dollars and, frankly, an infringement on state discretion. This bill gives federal tax dollars to states that do not suspend, revoke, or refuse to renew a driver's license or refuse to renew a registration of a motor vehicle for a driver's failure to pay civil or criminal fines or fees. Essentially, the federal government will be paying fines and fees owed by actual individuals. American taxpayers should not be forced to foot the bill that is currently paid for by those who broke the law. Civil or criminal fines and fees help fund various state and local government functions, including law enforcement, victim services, judicial operations, and other state and local programs and operations. We see over and over again, a reliance on this federal handout will pressure Congress to perpetually reauthorize and fund the shortfall created by the legislation. Further, the bill does nothing to incentivize states to consider alternatives. States should be free to consider alternatives such as putting low-income individuals on a payment plan or authorizing community service in lieu of the fine or the fee that they owe. There is also no need to establish this grant program in order to incentivize states to change the laws. As the chairman just mentioned, since 2017, 14 states and the District of Columbia have eliminated the suspension or revocation of driver's licenses for unpaid fines. All did so without a handout from the federal government. It's also interesting, those same states, including, as the chairman mentioned, his home state of New York, they're going to get the money under the bill, even though they've already done what the bills incentivize them to do. Let's also not forget that states are in control of their own laws and enforcement policies. Law enforcement and prosecutors are free to prioritize enforcement and prosecution as they see fit. It's called discretion. As we all know, Democrat states and localities frequently refrain from enforcing federal immigration law. This prosecutorial discretion can be used in any jurisdiction to not enforce provisions that suspend or revoke a driver's license for non-payment of a fine or fee. Finally, the bill dangerously repeals 23 U.S. Code 59, which withholds a portion of federal highway aid to states that do not suspend or revoke driver's license for at least 6 months for individuals convicted of drug offenses. This is irresponsible provision that puts American lives at risk. Even the sponsors of this legislation concede drunk and dangerous driving are some of the leading causes of death and serious bodily injury in our country. I urge my colleagues to oppose this unnecessary and I think dangerous bill. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize the chair of the Subcommittee on Crime, Terrorism, and Homeland Security, the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, for her opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so very much. I'm excited about the opportunity to take up this important legislation introduced not only by our colleague, Representative Mary Gay Scanlon, but a member of the subcommittee, and I thank her for her leadership. I'm proud to support the Driving for Opportunity Act, a bipartisan bill that would help break down the barriers faced by so many Americans whose driver's licenses are revoked, suspended, or otherwise targeted due to unpaid fees and fines. We all know what happens to low-income persons and others. They can't get to work, grocery store, babysitter, school pickup. They are left desperate. The imposition of fees and fines by criminal justice systems is a pernicious practice. Suspending driver's licenses for failing to pay these fees and fines is even more problematic and burdensome. Funding courts and law enforcement on the backs of the poor, regardless of their guilt, is wrong. This bill takes a small but important step to correcting this practice by incentivizing states to end the practice of suspending, revoking, or refusing to renew a driver's license for failure to pay a civil or criminal fine or fee and for other purposes. Currently, 35 states and the District of Columbia suspend, revoke, or refuse to renew driver's licenses for unpaid traffic, toll, misdemeanor, felony, and fines. I know that is something that has been brought to our attention in her work of activism and leadership by our own colleague, Congresswoman Bush, as related to Ferguson, Missouri. In the aftermath of the death of Michael Brown, it was determined what that city did in terms of tracking Black residents as the source of income through these kinds of tickets. Tragic, sad, and debilitating. Millions of Americans across the nation have suffered the suspension or revocation of driver's license for the non-payment of court fines and fees. In most states, these suspensions are indefinite, and there is a fee to reinstate licenses, money on top of money. Even worse, in many states, individuals are also prevented from applying for occupational or other restricted use license. While in theory this may appear like to be an effective approach to ensure that people pay their fines, in reality, it is an ineffective and cruel measure that criminalizes the poor by targeting those who are unable to pay fines by removing their key to economic security, a driver's license, or maybe to a health appointment, or maybe to pick up their elderly parent, or maybe, in essence, to provide income for their family through a driving occupation. Today, 86% of Americans depend on their car to get to work, and many jobs require a driver's license. Without a license, you can't take your child to school, buy groceries, or get health care. God forbid you have to leave and in an emergency manner to go to a funeral, and you have to go on an airplane. You have no driver's license. In many rural areas, there is no public transportation or viable alternatives to driving oneself. Without any other transportation options, many people have no choice but to continue driving, risking more fines and fees, a criminal conviction, or possible incarceration. That is well known in many inner city, urban communities, and rural communities. In fact, in almost 75% of cases where driver's licenses are suspended, they continue to drive with revoked or suspended licenses. In my hometown of Houston, 500,000 drivers, most of whom are low income, cannot renew their driver's license due to outstanding fines for driving tickets. Jude Augustine's story is one of many that highlights the economic impact of this practice. As a young man in Houston, he did not pay his tickets, and because of late fees, he has outstanding debt rose to over $5,000. He lost his driver's license, missed out on an offshore job. Only through the help of a local charity was he able to pay his debts, restore his license, and find a better job. A report by the Texas Fair Defense Project found 40% were Black drivers, while Houston's Black population is only 22%, indicating the disparate impacts on the Black community and other communities of color. Continues to happen. Sometimes it triggers into a violent encounter, unfortunately. In Houston alone, 6,000 people were jailed for failing to pay tickets. These practices are modern debtors' prisons, a restraint on community growth. We used to see them quite frequently in the municipal court. However, the American people are finally recognizing the flaws in our current criminal justice system. This bill seeks to rectify this wrong by promoting a more equitable and compassionate approach that understands that criminalizing poverty and furthering mass incarceration is not the solution. I again congratulate Congressman Scanlon, thank her for her leadership, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Biggs seek recognition? The opening statement. And I recognize the ranking member of the Crime Subcommittee, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I must oppose H.R. 2453. One reason, of course, is that it'll saddle our children with $100 million of needless debt. But I used to practice law in the municipal courts, and both prosecuted and defended for a lot of years. And I can tell you that this is a legitimate issue, I think. It is something to think about. But this bill is not the way to do it because, and I'll give you several reasons. This bill authorizes the DOJ to give $20 million a year to states that do not suspend a driver's license of a person for failure to pay a civil or criminal fine or fee. So now you're going to create a constituency of states that are going to be coming back here continually for you to backfill their coffers. The other thing is you have fines and fees. These are revenue sources for the states and local governments. They fund state, local government functions, and you're going to ask law-abiding taxpayers to fill those coffers. And you're going to take away the incentives for folks to pay fines. The vast majority of people do pay their fines in the municipal courts in Arizona. But look, there is a real thing that you got to consider here. 14 states have handled this on their own. And the reason they handle it on their own is because this is a state issue. Whether I agree or disagree with the policy overall, this is creating another federal handout, does nothing to address the ability of one to pay a fine, and I don't know of a state or jurisdiction that doesn't provide opportunities for a payment plan. And in some states and some localities within my own state, they'll provide some other way to deal with that fine. States should be able to decide on their own how to best deal with individuals who may not have the resources to pay a fine or a fee in full, while leaving intact the penalties for those who are able to pay and choose to do so. Removing the penalties places the financial burden on all taxpayers rather than those who have either been convicted of a crime or a civil sanction has been imposed upon them. This bill is an attempt by Congress to force states to change their laws to meet the policy goals of some in Congress. And I would suggest, if my colleagues care so much about this particular issue, I encourage you to leave Congress, go back home, run for your state legislature, make the appropriate changes there. I urge my colleagues to oppose H.R. 2053. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. Are there any amendments to H.R. 2453?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at desk.
For what purpose does Ms. Scanlon seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing up the Driving for Opportunity Act for our committee's consideration. I'd also like to thank my colleagues, Mr. Fitzpatrick, Mr. Reschenthaler, and Ms. Moore for co-leading the legislation with me. Thank you to our Senate colleagues, Senators Coons and Wicker, for their leadership on the Senate companion to this bill, and to Senators Grassley, Lankford, Ernst, Boozman, Durbin, Van Hollen, Blumenthal, and Wyden for co-sponsoring the Senate counterpart. I'm very proud of this bipartisan bicameral legislation which would incentivize states to stop suspending driver's licenses, to collect fines and debt, and repeal federal mandates that unnecessarily prevent the states from making this common sense change. Nationwide, at least 11 million people have suspended driver's licenses for unpaid fines and fees. Let's be clear at the outset that we are not talking about driver's license suspensions based on unsafe driving behavior, such as driving under the influence. The overwhelming evidence shows that when individuals are too poor to pay fines and fees, it's counterproductive to suspend their driver's licenses and make it even harder for them to pay off their debts. In the last 5 years, 15 red and blue states and the District of Columbia have moved to end this practice. The Driving for Opportunity Act would further incentivize states to stop this policy by repealing the federal mandate to suspend driver's licenses for certain non-driving related offenses and authorizing targeted grants to states that repeal laws to suspending driver's licenses for unpaid fees and fines. Research increasingly shows that suspending driver's licenses for unpaid fines and fees negatively impacts families, communities, and law enforcement without increasing state revenues. It makes it harder for Americans to get to work, to pay off their debts, and places an unnecessary burden on law enforcement, essentially forcing police to act as debt collectors rather than expending resources elsewhere. It's bad policy. Driver's license suspensions lead to increased unemployment and underemployment. According to a report by the Motor Vehicles Affordability and Fairness Task Force in New Jersey, 42% of those who lost their licenses lost their jobs as a result, and a subsequent 45% of those who lost their jobs were unable to find new employment. 88% of those who were able to find another job reported a decrease in income. A Harvard Law School report called the suspension of driver's licenses one of the most pervasive poverty traps for poor people assessed a fine that they cannot afford to pay. This practice puts people at risk without benefit to public safety. According to the American Association of Motor Vehicle Administrators, 75% of suspended drivers continue to drive, facing further fines, fees, and incarceration if they're pulled over. Police officers are then required to make traffic stops as debt collectors, and unnecessary traffic stops can be dangerous. Additionally, this practice disproportionately harms both rural communities and minorities. Only 11% of rural residents have access to public transportation, and studies show that Black and Latino people are more likely to be the subject of traffic enforcement and have their licenses suspended despite comparable traffic violation rates. While the numbers are staggering, nothing puts this issue into focus like hearing the stories of people around the country who are trapped in cycles of poverty because they can't drive to work to pay off their debts. People like Celeste, a single mother of 5 living in Florida, whose driver's license was suspended due to unpaid fines. She couldn't pay her debt because she was already struggling financially and trying to put food on the table for her children on her $10 an hour salary. After her license was suspended, she continued to drive because she had no other way of getting to work and caring for her children. Taking a bus would have required travel overnight to get to her 7 a.m. shift with 2 transfers, rather than driving 15 minutes on the highway. She lived in constant fear when she had to risk driving because she'd been arrested for driving without a license, but she had to keep driving to put food on the table for her children. This practice punishes poverty and has no discernible benefit to society. In fact, the Coke industry's Deputy General Counsel said in a Wall Street Journal op-ed, debt-based license suspensions and revocations don't protect or promote safer communities. They epitomize government overreach and are punitive to the most vulnerable. I'm particularly proud of this bill's broad support across the ideological spectrum. It has support from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, 24 bipartisan attorneys general, the Americans for Prosperity, the FOP, the ACLU, the American Association of State and Highway Transportation Officials, and a dozen more. Thank you to Chairman Nadler and Chairwoman Jackson-Lee for your support in bringing forth this legislation, and especially to our committee staff. I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting this bipartisan, bicameral legislation so we can make a difference for millions of Americans in our districts. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Issa seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to H.R. 2453, offered by Mr. Issa of California. Page 3, beginning on line 5, strike the highest it has been since the Great Depression, and insert the following: at the same level as August 2014, more than 5 years into the Obama-Biden administration.
The gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm bringing up this technical amendment in what was the base bill for 2 reasons. First of all, it is factually correct that at the time of the drafting of this bill, the unemployment rate was not at the 25% of the Great Depression, but rather the largest since 2014. And so I view this as technical and non-confrontational and non-controversial. But I also want to make sure that I say to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania that the premise, the concept of finding a way not to deny people the ability to use their automobile if they are safe on the road in order to earn a living is laudable, and I don't object to it. I would believe that had this bill, or if this bill in time is rewritten to be more narrow and to, rather than incentivize an ongoing form of funds, but rather more specifically restrict states from hampering people's ability to earn a living, that the same could be accomplished as has been said. There are many things that I don't like about this bill that will be brought up in amendments today. Notably, for example, a failure to pay child support. Although one cannot perhaps pay child support if you're prohibited from working, we also know that people who don't pay child support often do so not because of a failure to be able to, but an unwillingness to set aside to meet their obligation. And these tools often are the ones that are effective in convincing people to make an arrangement to pay their child support. But lastly, nowhere in this bill do I believe it is narrow enough to limit it to what I think the gentlelady from Pennsylvania would say is a common sense approach. For example, if someone's driving license is restricted but not eliminated, and restricted only to the essential going back and forth to work, or, quote, emergencies, which normally would be ordered by judges, for example, taking your spouse to the hospital, but that you're restricted from all pleasure, you still have an effective tool to get someone to pay up on their fees. Additionally, defining narrowly fees as opposed to restitution or other reimbursements for the cost to society isn't spelled out in the bill. So although my amendment is simple and technical and clarifies without any debatability, I certainly think that if the gentlelady in time, if this bill does not quickly get enacted, would consider trying to accomplish more narrowly what she wants to accomplish, which I believe would be even more broadly accepted on both sides, I certainly would look forward to and be happy to put my staff and my time into it. Again, there's nothing wrong with the concept that is being said here, which is people should not be restricted from being able to earn a living. On the other hand, I certainly would hope that in any future legislation, we use a basic principle of law here in Washington, which is that because we're a federalist system, we must do only that which is most necessary and unavoidable by the federal government, rather than that which we believe we can do using money to influence behavior of what is otherwise a sovereign right of the states. And with that, I want to thank the chairman, and I yield back early.
For what purpose does Ms. Scanlon seek recognition? Well, I recognize myself and I yield to Ms. Scanlon.
Okay. I would just move to strike the last word. I just want to make sure that my learned colleague understands that child support is not impacted at all by this bill. That is not part of this bill. That's a completely separate instance. And to suggest that the idea that you could have a limited suspension of driver's licenses would place an even more intolerable burden upon our law enforcement, who are already objecting to the fact that they're supposed to be debt collectors and stopping people with suspended licenses. If we then add on that they have to determine whether people are going to work or out on a pleasure drive, that's going to be an even more wasteful use of their time and opportunity. And with that, I would yield back to the chairman.
Would the chairman further yield?
No, I will not yield at the moment. We will accept this amendment. We will want to check the accuracy of the statement in it, but we can do that between now and the floor. And unless it proves to be inaccurate, well, we will accept the amendment for the moment. We reserve the right to amend it after consultation with the minority later if it proves to be factually inaccurate.
I thank the gentleman.
Is there any, well, are there any other amendments? Oh, the question, I'm sorry, I'm told we must go through formality. Question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendment is accepted. Are there any other amendments to H.R. 2453?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
I reserve the right to object.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Point of
order
Amendment.
reserved.
Amendment to H.R. 2453, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. Page 4, insert after line 13 the following. And
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment simply points out that 14 states and Washington, D.C. have already changed their laws to not suspend, revoke a driver's license for failure to pay a fine or fee. These states and Washington, D.C. did so without any kind of incentive from the federal government. The 14 states come from across the ideological spectrum include California, Hawaii, Idaho, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Michigan, Mississippi, Montana, New York, Oregon, Texas, Virginia, and West Virginia, which speaks to the fact that each state is perfectly capable within their own legislature of addressing this issue. The findings section creates a narrow view of the non-driving suspensions enforcement issue. It states that between 2010 and 2017, all but 3 states increased the amount of fines and fees for civil and criminal violations. And my statement provides a good counterbalance to that. It failed because the statement itself fails to mention that these 14 states in DC have eliminated the suspension or revocation. If the 14 states in DC have reaped the rewards of more revenue coming in, as the chairman said earlier, after ending the hammer of losing one's license, then why do we have to give out federal money? Why do we have to give out federal money? Well, why not simply mandate it? If this is really what you want to do, if you want to become a super state legislature, why not simply mandate it? The reality is, I don't advocate for that because this is a state issue. Each state is dealing with it a little bit differently. Some states have agreed with the bill's sponsor and eliminated this, and other states are holding on to that, and other states are actually debating the issue. My amendment's very simple, and I urge your support, and with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
The point of order is withdrawn. For what purpose does Ms. Dean seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the underlying bill, the Driving for Opportunity Act offered by my friend and colleague, Congresswoman Scanlon. Sadly, we know that millions of Americans, including at least 11 million people nationwide, have their driver's license suspended simply because they cannot pay fines or fees. Most Americans depend upon their license and drive multiple times a week to get to a job, to pick up food, to get their kids to and from school or daycare, or to get to doctor's appointments. Suspending someone's driver's license not only prevents people from doing those daily and necessary tasks, but also can lead to unemployment and debt. It's paradoxical to our growing economy. I do want to repeat what the gentlewoman, the author of the bill, quoted in a Wall Street Journal op-ed, quote, "Debt-based license suspensions and revocations don't protect or promote safer communities. They epitomize government overreach and are callous and punitive to the most vulnerable." I know my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are very mindful of government overreach and want to avoid it at every turn. The Driving for Opportunity Act would provide grants to incentivize states not to suspend driver's licenses for unpaid fees and fines. Luckily, many states are already doing this, including Montana, Virginia, West Virginia, Idaho, Mississippi, Illinois, Oregon, and many others are considering similar reforms. In closing, I just want to thank my colleague and friend from Pennsylvania for addressing this issue and introducing this legislation. And I ask my colleagues to support the Driving for Opportunity Act, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purposes Ms. Sparks seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually support the concept of waiving the fees and give opportunities for people to get their licenses back. The issue I have with this bill as a state legislator, last year in the state of Indiana, we created amnesty program. We supported it on a bipartisan basis. Just yesterday, our state legislature sent to the governor's desk a bill which will waive reinstatement fees. And I think it's good, and states need to deal with that. And I'm glad to see that my legislature in the state of Indiana actually is dealing with that issues. If some other states are not dealing with that issues, that's a problem of the state, and their citizens maybe should replace the legislature if they don't like the fees. Because this is what the problem I have. It's a state fee. And a lot of these fees are unreasonable, and a lot of them create problems. But I just don't believe that if one of the states, whether it's California or Alabama, whatever state it is not doing what is good for the state, then the federal government should take money from everyone else, including the citizens of Indiana, to pay for these fees. I just think it's unfair for us to subsidize something that the state is doing right or wrong. Then they have to decide about that, and at which point we're going to decide, well, we don't like maybe, Illinois has high taxes, so should we start subsidizing high property taxes? Should we start giving money to the states and they say, okay, we're going to just give you money, you can charge whatever you want, and we're going to subsidize your budget. The states have to be responsible for their decision, and it's a state fees, it's a state law, and if the state is not doing its job, we have elections. And people need to replace the governors and state legislature, but that is not our business to go and bail out bad decisions of some states. So I purely believe this is a good concept, and we need to promote them in the state when we go back in our districts and explain to our constituents, because it's a big issue. But I just don't think it's a federal issue, and we should be concentrated to dealing with federal issues better. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purposes Ms. Garcia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for bringing this matter to our attention, and I thank my good friend and colleague, Ms. Scanlon, for sponsoring this legislation. I too have been in the state legislature. I was a state senator, but more importantly, I was also a judge, the chief judge of our court system in Houston, which handles many, many, many of these cases. And I can tell you that the practice of suspending driver's licenses due to unpaid fines and fees is counterproductive and needs to end. People across the country have suspended driver's licenses, not because they are dangerous drivers, but because they have not been able to pay their debt. In fact, in the United States, 40% of all driver's license suspensions are issued for conduct totally unrelated to driving. Totally unrelated to driving. Debt-related license suspensions waste precious public safety resources and have negative impacts on public safety. A person whose license is suspended faces a difficult choice. If they drive, they can't get to work, take their kids to school, go to church, bring an elderly parent to a doctor's appointment, or make a court appearance. Put simply, if a person can't get to work, they can't pay their bills. But if they continue to drive after their license is suspended, as many people do, then they risk additional charges. In fact, I would submit to you, Mr. Chairman, that some of the collection efforts that are made to collect some of these fees and surcharges are very payday lending-like schemes. You try to get an installment payment to pay, well, guess what? They're going to add some more dollars to it. And if there's a lawyer involved, they're going to add attorney's fees. I have seen cases that have started at a $25 fine, but by the end of the day, when they went through all the surcharges and the fees, it could be $125 or $150 that they actually owe. So ending license suspension for unpaid fines and fees will prevent further harm to vulnerable communities, improve state economies, and better allocate public safety resources. As I said, even when I was back in the days when I was a judge, Mr. Chairman, this fines should be based on ability to pay and the seriousness of the offense. If they're too large, then you just create a system where you're making poor people poor, and that is totally unacceptable. And this is not just about one state. It's many states, which is why it is a national interest. It is a national interest, and I thank, again, Ms. Scanlon for presenting this, and I yield back the balance of my time to her.
Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purposes Mr. Gomer seek?
I yield it to
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on one aspect, a federal aspect of this, this bill. The Driving for Opportunity Act helps solve a federal issue, which is the repeal of 23 U.S.C. 159. Currently, federal law reduces highway money for states that do not suspend driver's licenses for anyone convicted of a drug offense. Therefore, the federal government has been requiring states to suspend driver's licenses. Now they're faced with the fact that they have costs associated with reversing that federal mandate. And that's where the very targeted grants from the federal government will go to help them overcome that burden. So to the extent that there are small targeted grants related to this bill, it is to remove a federal mandate. And with that, I would yield back to the chair.
You would yield back to me.
I'm sorry, I would yield back to the trustee.
Reclaiming my time, and I will yield to Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you. I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I want to thank Ms. Scanlon for introducing this really important piece of legislation. This has extraordinary consequences on individuals and families, this suspension of licenses and the inability to pay civil and court fines. And with respect to my friend on the other side of the aisle who was concerned about the federal government incentivizing behavior, we do this all the time. We create programs to incentivize states to do certain things because we think it promotes good public policy. So this is not unusual. There's nothing strange about this. But I really wanted a moment just to say thank you to the sponsor. I, as a former criminal defense lawyer, have seen the consequences of this kind of suspension and how it can make it impossible for people to address medical needs of their family, to look for employment, particularly in places where there's not good public transit. And this will make a real difference in the lives of people trying to make a living, support their families, and get ahead. So I urge the defeat of the amendment and strong support for the bill, and yield back to the gentlelady, and thank you.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
For what purposes Mr. Gomer seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. This really is a matter that, according to the 10th Amendment, is reserved to the states and the people. And I know as a former felony judge, there were times people could come and ask for a permit to drive, even though it had been suspended for different reasons, including the non-payment of fines. But let's face it, if there is no adverse consequences of substance for not paying a fine, then fines will not get paid. And so this is the federal government saying, we don't want people to pay fines, and so we're putting a heavy hand on the scale of justice to change what a state feels is appropriate. States disagree on different ways to do things. And even though we have, or Congress has in the past, had financial incentives to change what a state felt like was the best way to proceed, it doesn't mean we should continue to do that. We're eroding the Constitution. We're taking away a state's rights. And I'm a little confused from the bill. I mean, one of the ongoing problems that I saw in felony court, where you couldn't get to felony court unless you had 3 DWIs, at least 2 prior, or DUIs if you prefer. And the driver's license under state law was automatically suspended for a period. But your license could be suspended for the failure to pay fees. And what I saw in a felony court was, if the fees weren't being paid, there was also another violation, another driving under the influence or some other criminal provision. Yet this is saying it doesn't matter if you just have a provision that says you can suspend a license for non-payment of fees. It doesn't matter that you don't even ever use it unless it's really egregious. That's enough to keep from getting the money we're going to throw at your state if you will just get rid of this law. So I've got real problems. I think this should, just like when most of my Republican friends wanted to impose Texas-type tort reform on Democrat states. I didn't feel that was appropriate. That was up to the states. I like what Texas did, but I sure don't think we ought to take those rights away from individual states. So I think it's up to the state. That's the way the Constitution was designed, and I cannot support undermining that Constitution. You want to? I yield the rest of my time to Mr. Biggs.
I thank the gentleman from yielding, and I was interested to hear that one of the reasons that we're doing this bill and we're funding in it is because we have a federal statute that continues to provide grant money or federal highway grant money to states that basically suspend a license for a drug offense. But the normal way that you undo a mandate is not to put in money to fund in a completely separate bill. The normal way you would undo a mandate is you'd actually repeal that mandate. That's what we would do. But instead, what we're doing here is we're convoluting all of this issue, which is really not a federal issue, which is really a state issue, because the original issue that, with regard to the suspension for drugs, was also a state issue. And that's where it should be. That's where this should be. And I appreciate the gentleman yielding, and I'll yield back to the gentleman.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose is Ms. Ross seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to commend Congresswoman Scanlon on a wonderful bill that will really help the people of North Carolina. The Driving for Opportunity Act is a clear and necessary step toward a fairer justice system. As we all know, debtors' prisons were abolished nearly 2 centuries ago, yet this modern-day version persists. It's unjust, counterproductive to our societal and economic goals, and antithetical to our democratic values. In my state, as we've heard at the beginning, these fines and taking away driver's licenses disproportionately affects African Americans and folks in rural areas. It increases economic and racial inequalities and decreases efforts toward fairness. When people can't contribute to our economy and provide financial stability for their families, we all suffer. In North Carolina, if someone's convicted of a crime, the fines get piled on. $150 is a standard fee, $600 if an expert testifies, and $12 just to use the court facilities. Unsurprisingly, an estimated number of 85% of inmates leave prison owing money to the court. This isn't justice. It becomes retribution. By providing incentives to states to stop debt-based driver's license suspension, the Driving with Opportunity Act gives both states and individuals the opportunity for growth and progress. It's also why I introduced H.R. 1372, the Protecting Jobs Act, to prohibit states from suspending professional licenses due to student loan default. Suspending licenses impedes productive work. It is no way to achieve a more just and prosperous society. I urge my colleagues to support this very, very important bill, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Scanlon seek recognition?
I would seek unanimous consent to introduce letters of support for this bill from 24 bipartisan attorneys general, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, Americans for Prosperity, a coalition including the ACLU, FOP, Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, and the Free to Drive Coalition.
Without objection. For what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to rise in support of the underlying legislation. I want to commend Congresswoman Scanlon for introducing this very far-reaching, very important, profound bill. And I sincerely hope that it passes the House and Senate and gets signed into law. I want to tell you a little story. You know, my son, who is 30 years old, will be graduating from undergrad with a degree in pre-med on Saturday, the 15th of May. And we're so proud of him. You see, he dropped out of school when he was in the 10th grade. And he did not graduate from high school. He ended up getting a GED and working his way through community college, and finally transferred to a four-year institution, and now he's getting ready to achieve something that seemed unachievable for him. But I say that about him. I want to put that aside, and I want to go to another young man who I spoke with a couple of weeks ago while he was in jail. And this young man also dropped out of high school. He never did get his GED. And he's been kind of floundering around like many people do. And he ended up about a month ago getting a job with the county sanitation department on the back of a garbage truck. And but one day, about 2 weeks after he started working, he got stopped on his way to work driving a car, and his license had been suspended for non-payment of a misdemeanor possession of marijuana probation fee. And by the way, in Georgia, when you get convicted of misdemeanor marijuana, what happens to you? By operation of law, your driver's license is suspended, and you have to go get it reinstated. It costs like $200 for the reinstatement fee plus $25 for something else, and this, that, and the other. So in other words, for a possession of marijuana less than an ounce violation, you get your license suspended. And then once your license gets suspended, if you don't have the money to pay to get it reinstated, then it's just suspended. And your first driving on a suspended license violation, like this young man, if you collect those, the third one is a felony. Or if you get a fleeing or attempting to elude or a DUI, any combination of what's classified as a serious driving offense becomes a felony, a habitual violator in Georgia. And that's how a lot of kids, young people, end up with felony convictions. And once you get the felony, that disqualifies you from student loans and so many other things. So we've become such a punitive society, and we continue to pile on one act after another. It causes you to have to pay fines, and before you know it, you got so much that you can't pay. So they took that young man to jail on his way to his job that he had just started. So what happens? He was in jail for 2 weeks before he got to court, and the court reinstated his probation for failure to pay, fines and all of this. And so, this young man was able to get his job back. But it just shows you the difference between the outcomes for people depending sometimes on different factors. My son had the support of his mother and his father. That young man doesn't have the support of his mother and father. And so my son is in a better situation. That other young man, because of poverty, is now routed into a system of back and forth to jail because you can't pay. So it's a poverty tax. And so let's pass this legislation so that we can stop taxing people for being poor. Let's start giving people an opportunity to move away from the mistakes of their youth and into a productive adulthood. raising their families. And by the way, this legislation provides a route for the cities and states to have a revenue stream once they comply with this new with this new federal law. So this is a good piece of legislation that's actually going to help people. It's going to shut the pipeline or narrow the pipeline from the streets into the jails and then eventually into the prisons for so many people. And with that, I will yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? In that case, the question occurs on the amendment. I will point out that since this amendment does not affect the operation of the bill in any way, but simply amends the findings in a factually correct manner, I recommend approval of the amendment. We will not oppose the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is approved. Are there any further amendments to H.R. 2453?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to
Reserve a point of order.
H.R. 2453, offered by Mr. Bishop of North Carolina.
Point of order is reserved.
Page 8, line 6, insert after the
Without
period.
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment would simply prohibit any grants under H.R. 2453 to a state that defunds, disbands, or disestablishes a law enforcement agency in that state. Over the past year, Mr. Chairman, we have seen repeatedly radical calls from Democrats across the country, including in this body, to defund the police and leave citizens at the mercy of violent rioters. Democrats in Congress have alternated between demands to defund or abolish police and declarations that they haven't done that or that they didn't really mean it. The latest example, of course, is the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, who said just a bit over a week ago on April 12, or wrote in a published tweet, "No more policing or incarceration. It can't be reformed." More than $1.7 billion has been cut from police department budgets over the past year. And New York City alone cut more than $1 billion from its police department and saw a 97% rise in shootings and a 45% increase in homicides. In Minneapolis, City Council just recently, in the last couple of months, added $6.4 million in police funding after the chickens came quickly home to roost, following last year's Democrat rhetoric that quickly produced the result everyone could foresee. And frankly, this bill comes from some of the same idea, that is to say, the same animating idea to cripple every means of protecting citizens from crime and criminals. After all, there's widespread agreement that incarceration should be used sparingly, particularly to punish nonviolent crime. And it seems fairly obvious that for those crimes, the alternative means available to punish or deter is to impose fines, fees, restitution, court costs. And simple logic would suggest that if you have people who are inclined to commit those sorts of crimes, and if they are without means, then if you make it so that fines cannot be enforced, then you've immunized that conduct. And so this bill moves in that direction to permit or to immunize that sort of criminal conduct from any effective punishment. But at least we can take the opportunity to disavow that dangerous and radical form of this ideology, the call to abolish police. And this amendment provides an opportunity in very simple form for everybody on the House Judiciary Committee to make clear that we do not support and we will not incentivize jurisdictions that would leave their citizens at the mercy of even violent criminals by defunding or abolishing police. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I'll recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. The amendment is simply irrelevant. The amendment states that the amendment would penalize a state that defunds, disbands, or disestablishments a law enforcement agency. This bill does not in any way defund, disband, or disestablish any law enforcement agency, provides no penalty to a state. It provides incentives, but provides for no defunding. And that's why, in addition to the ACLU, the Fraternal Order of Police support this bill. So the amendment is simply irrelevant because it doesn't do anything. It prohibits something, I should say, it prohibits something that the bill doesn't do. And it's a waste of, frankly, a waste of time, and therefore I will recommend voting against this amendment. Does anyone else seek recognition? And I yield back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? For what purpose does Mr. Tiffany?
To strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that the majority continues to tell us that you're not defunding the police, but the facts tell us differently. And that's why this amendment being put forth by my colleague from North Carolina is so important. And it's why I rise in support of the amendment, because I'm concerned about the safety of my friends and neighbors. I grew up in the shadow of the Twin Cities of Minnesota. My district is part of the Twin Cities metro area, and we're all being put at risk by the reckless conduct of a member of this chamber who traveled to our community for the sole purpose of inciting violence this past weekend. We have to make sure the police are funded properly, especially when someone is taking such egregious actions.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
I will not. She reportedly even demanded a police escort for her visit. The double standard. You don't want police for the average person in America or Minneapolis, but by God, you're going to have law enforcement taking care of you. She encouraged protesters to get more active, to get more confrontational. If nothing does not happen, then we have to not only stay in the streets, but we have to fight for justice. What an irresponsible and dangerous thing to say. Her comments were so egregious that the judge in the Chauvin trial admitted that her words would result in the whole trial being overturned. That's called jury tampering. And for people who want justice, which I believe is almost every American, in particular in a case like the Chauvin trial, she jeopardized justice. I think it's safe to say few Americans will be surprised if the already violent demonstrations we've seen in Minnesota become full-blown riots, complete with the same looting and arson we saw last summer. Mr. Chairman, the Democrats in Minneapolis have slashed more than $8 million from the police department. The results so far this year, 20 murders, 128 rapes, 458 robberies, close to 850 aggravated assaults, and over 6,000 property crimes. Last year, murders up 70% from the year previous in Minneapolis. Robberies up 47%. Arson up 70%. A 301% increase in carjackings. And by the way, the lady from LA, she should talk to the woman who was protected from a carjacking by the police on the freeway in Burnsville, Minnesota this past weekend. That woman happened to be African American who was being protected by the police. So, I'm calling for the congressman from California to stop the incitement. I'm asking my colleagues who represent portions of the Twin Cities Metro, people like Representative Kind in the 3rd Congressional District, right next to mine, do you find this acceptable that someone comes into our community like this from over 1,000 miles away and incites in such a way? You know, I think about the United States Senator from Minnesota, from Minneapolis. She's a former prosecutor. Don't you find it outrageous that someone would come in and tamper with a jury? I support this amendment to stop the defunding of police. And my main concern now is, where does our colleague from California, where does the next stop in the incitement tour? Because I sure hope it isn't my state, in Madison or Kenosha. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I would remind my colleagues that the House rules of decorum require members to avoid personalities with other members. This means that members must not impugn the personal motives of other members or speak of other members in a derogatory fashion. To help us observe these rules, I encourage members of this committee to address their remarks to the chair and to refrain from referring to each other in the second person. For what purpose does Mrs. Cicilline seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized. Will the gentleman yield to me?
Yeah, of course.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I would simply point out that Mr. Tiffany's remarks were totally irrelevant. Regardless of what one thinks of so-called defunding the police or anything else, the bill doesn't have anything to do with that. If you simply read the bill, and that's why this amendment that says that defunding, or defunding the police essentially is ineligible to receive a grant under this paragraph, is also irrelevant, because the bill doesn't defund anything. The bill provides incentives, but no defunding. So I hope members will talk about the amendments that are relevant to the bill, or will offer amendments that are relevant to the bill, because this one certainly isn't. I'll yield back the balance to Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think you're exactly right. This is an amendment which is completely irrelevant. But of course, our friends on the other side know that this is an opportunity or an excuse for them to make a bunch of speeches about issues that have nothing to do with this bill. We have 1 and 5 minutes and even 5 and 10-minute opportunities to do that. But it is frankly disrespectful to the members of this committee that you are using a markup on a serious piece of legislation that will really help people, so you can pontificate about some of our colleagues. Let's be very clear. I asked the gentleman to yield.
I would ask the gentleman's words be taken down.
I asked the gentleman to yield for a question.
The gentleman has the time.
I asked the gentleman if he would
Not
yield
to
for a
impugn the
question.
integrity of other members. He doesn't have the time.
I asked the gentleman if he would yield to a question. The question would be, can you tell me if there is a single state in America that is defunding, disbanding, or disestablishing a law enforcement agency of that state? The reason I wanted to ask him that question is because the answer is no. It doesn't happen. And by the way, Democrats are not proposing that. In fact, we have, as Democrats, funded to the police to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars in our relief package, and every single one of my Republican colleagues on the other side of the aisle voted against it. So there's one party that's defunded the police, or at least tried to by voting against funding for the police. That are my friends on the other side of the aisle. The Democrats, in fact, have provided substantial resources to the police, a series of pieces of legislation and funding on the floor of this House. And so this is, again, an opportunity, sadly, of my Republican colleagues to raise an issue which they claim Democrats are arguing for, which is not true. But they're using this markup as an opportunity to promote this big lie. The Democrats are funding the police.
That is a violation of the rules. You just lectured on the violation of the rules, and that member is specifically violating the rules and your instruction. Are we going to have rules or not?
It is not a violation of the rule. The gentleman will proceed.
Thank you, Mr.
Well, then
Chairman.
you should withdraw your
Thank you,
instructions
Mr.
toward
Chairman.
Mr. Tiffany.
With all due respect, Mr. Goldman, I control the time. And so let's return back to this piece of legislation. I regret that a very important bill that will have a really significant impact on families that we all represent all across this country is being at least temporarily distracted from by this amendment. It's an amendment which is wholly irrelevant. The CARES Act, I'll just remind folks, included $1.25 billion in grant funding for local police for states. Every single one of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle voted against that funding. So how dare the claim be made in this committee or any place that anyone's trying to defund the police? And again, this amendment says a state that is doing it. There is no state in America where this is happening. This is a make-believe argument to give folks an opportunity to promote this claim, which we know is untrue. It's infuriating. I urge everyone to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. What purpose does Mr. Jordan seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
So the Democrats have a bill that says to political jurisdictions, if you change your law, if you do it the way we want, we'll give you money. And our colleague from North Carolina comes with the amendment and says, if you engage in certain behavior, we're not going to give you that money. It is entirely relevant. The chairman has twice now used the term irrelevant. This is as relevant as it gets. Last week, the Democrats started off the week with one of our colleagues from Detroit saying no more policing. We just heard the gentleman from Rhode Island say the Democrats haven't talked about defunding the police.
No, that's not what I said.
One of their members said last week,
we haven't talked
no
about
more policing. No more policing. And let me just, the Democrat-run cities, New York City cut $1 billion from its police department's budget and saw a 97% increase in shootings. Los Angeles cut $170 million from its budget, saw an 11.6% increase in homicides. Austin, Texas, $150 million cut, 50% spike in homicides. Portland, Oregon, a $12 million cut, eliminated 3 police units. Shootings went up 173%, murders up 25%. I would bet the people, the residents of those communities think this amendment is relevant, for goodness sake. Democrats started the week last week saying, get rid of police. They ended the week with one of our colleagues, Democrat colleagues, being admonished by a judge for the ridiculous things that they said. And somehow the gentleman from North Carolina's amendment's not relevant? Are you kidding me? This is as relevant as it gets, as timely as it gets. And I hope we could actually agree on something and adopt the gentleman's amendment. With that, I yield back my time.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to make it quite clear that this amendment is completely irrelevant. I served as a law enforcement officer for 27 years. It is a tough job. And good police officers deserve your support. You know, it's interesting to see my colleagues on the other side of the aisle support the police when it is politically convenient to do so. Law enforcement officers risk their lives every day. They deserve better, and the American people deserve. I have the floor, Mr. Jordan.
Lady has
What,
the floor.
did I strike a nerve? Law enforcement officers deserve better than to be utilized as pawns. And you and your colleagues should be ashamed of yourself.
The gentlelady will suspend and the clock will be stopped. I want to admonish members. They must not interrupt someone who has the time.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a
You
question?
simply can't shout out. If you think that someone is saying
I agree.
Mr. Jordan, you don't know what in the heck you're talking about. You know nothing about what law enforcement officers
I know about my motive.
And you're using them as pawns because it serves your ridiculous political purpose.
Val, everyone must suspend. I am making the point. No one may shout out when someone else has the time. Not Mr. Gomert.
Question, Mr. Chairman.
Not Mr. Jordan. Nobody.
Not Mr. Cicilline. Not Ms. Demings.
He didn't do that. But nobody did.
Not Mr. Jordan.
Not Ms.
Nobody.
Cicilline. Okay, no, but I agree with that. But
Then
I have a question.
how do we,
Everybody,
I have a
I
question.
will simply, there is no question.
Question.
Nobody may shout out.
When you
If
give
you
a
see
speech, Mr. Chairman,
nobody
about
may-
motives and questioning motives, and
This
then our motives are
is
questioned,
emotionally
how do we
charging
address
for
that?
me
The rules
because
allow
I
a
was law
request
enforcement officer.
words.
I have
Point of
watched them
inquiry.
live and die and you know nothing about that, and to utilize them as political
Mr. Chairman,
pawns.
I have a point of inquiry.
Off.
People
Chairman, I
will
have a
address
point of
comments to
inquiry.
the chair.
Mr.
The rules
Chairman.
The rules do not permit shouting out when someone else has the time. The only thing you may do when someone else has the time is you may raise a point of order if you think it proper, and the chair will then rule on the
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman will state his point of order.
So you gave us a lecture on people questioning our motives. When someone questions our motives, how do we address it when they're in the act of questioning our motives?
That is not a point of order.
Yes, it is.
That is not a point of order.
Mr. Chairman, may I continue, please?
That is not a point of order. Ms. Demings has the time, and the clock will resume. Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm glad to hear that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are on the side of law enforcement now. Because I don't know where my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have been over the last 4 years, including on January 6th, when police officers who protect us every day were fighting for their lives because of the big lie that was told, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle were silent. As one person after another person took the microphone and said, go down there and engage in combat, fight like hell. They used the bicycle racks as deadly missiles against the law enforcement officers that you all say you care about so much. And thank you, Mr. Cicilline, because you're absolutely right. The only person who voted to support local governments and pass legislation to support local governments that includes law enforcement were the Democratic members on this side of the aisle. But now today, you support law enforcement. Well, I'm delighted to know that. But don't support them when it's politically convenient for you to do so. Support them when they're under attack by people fighting them and spraying them and knocking them to the ground and beating them with poles, with carrying the American flags and pipes.
Unbelievable.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose is Mr. Roy seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Appreciate the chairman. I would note that the gentlelady references January 6th. Speaking for myself and at least a few others in this room on this committee, I was one of those members that voted not to object, that took the floor acknowledging some of the issues that occurred on January 6th. And everybody in this room, regardless of how they voted on January 6th, understands exactly what Capitol Police did in standing up and defending this institution. And in fact, just today, the Republican Conference presented certificates and awards and commendation to recognize law enforcement that stood on the floor of the Capitol to defend this body. I did not serve in law enforcement, but I was the first Assistant Attorney General of Texas and had about 170 law enforcement reporting to him. I was a former federal prosecutor and worked with law enforcement. My grandfather was the chief of police of a small Texas town. My great-great-grandfather was a Texas Ranger in Texas. I come from a family that is heavily devoted to law enforcement and the rule of law. I understand, and I've heard the arguments that FOP supports this legislation. That's fine. The reason that we're rising and the reason that the gentleman from North Carolina's amendment matters is because what we're talking about nationwide, in response, by the way, to that nobody's cutting anything, that's just not true, is that we are seeing dramatic cuts and attacks on law enforcement. It's happening in real time. Austin, Texas, run by Democrats, slashed the police department, and they are absolutely demoralized. They are crushed. Go talk to the law enforcement. They are fleeing the city. And now the city is overrun by homeless encampments, and it is dangerous, and people don't go downtown, our beautiful city in Austin, Texas, because of a radical leftist city council. And that radical leftist city council takes funding from this body. All of the funding everybody talked about, ooh, you voted against all of that great local government funding. That because you spent $6 trillion in the last year, $6 trillion. We're talking about grants with money we don't even have. We're talking about, and we're arguing about grant money we literally don't have.
while we mortgage our children's future and we pretend we're not doing it. $30 trillion of debt. $6 trillion in a year. It cost us $4 trillion in today's dollars to win World War II from beginning to end. And this Democratic Congress blew through $6 trillion in a year doing nothing. Nothing to make this country better or stronger. It is an absolute abomination. And then to listen to members of this body say, and I quote, "I hope we get a verdict that says guilty, guilty, guilty. And if we don't, we cannot go away. We've got to stay on the street. We get more active. We've got to get more confrontational. We've got to make sure they know that we mean business." How irresponsible can a member of Congress be than to say that and then to have the judge in the case that the whole nation is watching say that that might throw the case out on appeal? That is what we're talking about. We are talking about the quote by another member of this body. "It wasn't an accident. Policing in our country is inherently and intentionally racist. I am done with those who condone government-funded murder. Government-funded murder. No more policing." Quote, "No more policing, incarceration, and militarization. It can't be reformed." To say this is irrelevant, it is the central issue of our day right now to make sure this country is safe. And when we're talking about federal grant money being doled out, and by the way, what does the bill start with? Quote, "To provide grants to states that do not suspend, revoke, or refuse." That's what we do. We throw out money, and then we demand action. And all my friend from North Carolina is doing is saying, don't defund the cops. I yield to the ranking member.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Republicans have been consistent. The gentlelady from Florida said Republicans care about law enforcement today. We've cared about law enforcement all the time. It's been the Democrats. We condemned the violence on January 6th, and we condemned it last summer. It'd have been nice if our colleagues on the other side had done the same. All last summer, when police were being pelted with frozen water bottles, bricks, and beat up, where were they? They were raising bail money to bail out the rioters and looters who were doing those very actions to the police. And today we get a lecture about how we haven't been consistent? You got to be kidding me. We've been consistent. You guys haven't, and you know it. That's why you're all so fired up. The gentleman's amendment is right on target, and I hope we adopt it. I yield back.
I yield.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Let me first of all thank Ms. Scanlon for a very thoughtful bill. There will be a number of Americans who, as this bill passes in the Senate and it goes to the president's desk, will have their lives revitalized. Many of them are my constituents who have just literally been derailed with licenses being taken away and professional licenses, the inability to keep your job. Mr. Johnson made very clear they are the every man and woman in our district who are working at laboring jobs and need that car and didn't have the money to pay, and then they're thrown off the job and lo and behold, into jail. This is a life-saving bill, Congresswoman, and I thank you. No one realizes the life-saving aspect of this legislation. But to my colleagues who have taken to the mighty pulpit to condemn those individuals who, in essence, are speaking the truth of their life career. Congresswoman from Florida, another member who I know is not violent, but comes out of the civil rights movement, just like Dr. King, who said we had to march in the streets. The very existence of us in the streets as Black Americans was confrontational, only because of who we are. But if you have had no life experience of being oppressed, being arrested for simple things, fighting for civil rights, then you cannot understand that. But I asked the question why the President of the United States on January 6th said, we'll never give up. We'll never concede. And shortly thereafter, violent domestic terrorists terrorized the United States Capitol, the citadel of democracy. So the podiums that you are rising to, you have every right. The First Amendment is broad. But we can go through the litany of comments made on January 6th by members of this body that were inciting, sending forward the troops. And any of you who have spoken to these officers, they were literally crushed, not only physically, but they could not believe Americans were coming with sticks and stones. So it is not the point of this legislation, but freedom of speech allows members to get to the podium and bring up all kinds of manner of things. Let me just take it to this place. I was in Minneapolis yesterday in the courtroom, in the courthouse, the closing arguments. I was with the Floyd family, the most prayerful, sensitive, loving people that love this country. All that we were doing were praying for justice. We're praying today for justice. You might join us. And I use the interpretation of justice, a just justice. So this debate in this room today, to try to make mockery of the pain of the people that I represent, the Floyd family, who have done everything they could to stand by police, to call for peace, peaceful protests, and yes, to stand by the family of Dante Wright. In the midst of their struggle, that's what America is all about. People who have been harmed, so much so that the world is watching, but they have stood by. Good policing and law enforcement from Houston to across the nation. That's who the Floyd family is. That's what America is all about. And that's what we should be talking about, than making a mockery of legislation that is frankly a lifesaver to innocent young people who made a misstep. And they wind up because of fees and because of inability to pay. And this will provide grants to maybe put them on track. They can get a GED. They can finish college. They can go on and be contributing citizens. In Ferguson, Missouri, I went to the very little street where Michael Brown was shot dead. Why? Unnecessarily. But as we unveiled the scab in that city, but I say it with no disrespect, you found that 90% of the city's money, I may have upped that a little bit, was all on in the Black community with all kinds of traffic stops and fees and fines. That's why this bill is necessary. It happens across America. So let me just say, we don't need to do word game here. We need to understand that this is a place where you can speak your mind, and any allegations of who incited what or not, you really can't throw any sticks right now, because we have a history of what happened on January 6th and before, and then we have someone who's walked a life where they had to be able to stand up. And that's all this is about as we stand up and pray for justice in Minneapolis. But this bill is a life-saving bill that should be passed. I rise to support the bill offered by Congresswoman Scanlon, and that is H.R. 2453. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I was in support of this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
I didn't really hear Mr. Tiffany say anything that was violative of the rules of decorum, but when another member, a Democratic member, accuses us of intentionally misrepresenting a bill, that is a violation of the rules of decorum. And I'm hoping one day we will have even-handed enforcement and pronouncement of the rules so that one side is protected and the other is pursued. I haven't heard anybody making a mockery of this legislation. I've heard very serious discussion about it, and I haven't heard anybody making a mockery of the George Floyd situation. That is nothing to be mocking about, but we're taking up this legislation and we are usurping states' rights. And when the only thing worse than accusing someone of intentional misrepresentation is when the person making that allegation states facts that simply are not true. So to be clear about the debunking, heck, this is an article from last August. At least 13 U.S. cities have cut funding from the police department budgets or decreased officer numbers, with several more in the process amid a national reckoning over systemic racism and police brutality. Austin, Texas is the latest city to announce a defunding effort. The city council on Thursday voted unanimously to cut $150 million from the police budget. On further, the country's two largest cities, New York and Los Angeles, approved budget cuts weeks after protests began. New York slashed $1 billion from its 2021 budget, and Los Angeles approved a $150 million budget cut, and that's to do with the police. But anyway, in California, San Francisco approved a $120 million cut, and it goes to Washington, D.C., approved a $15 million cut. So to represent that and actually accuse Republicans of lying about efforts to defund the police around the country is simply a very, very mistaken and wrong position, because that has been an ongoing effort, and I'm not aware of a single Republican that has supported that situation. Now, I know if you look at what some of the fees go to pay for, some of those fees are utilized for different aspects of law enforcement in the local community. And this bill would provide an incentive not to have to pay those fees, some of which is used locally. So there are legitimate concerns about the federal government exceeding our 10th Amendment powers and subsuming the powers of the state. That's the concern here. And I would humbly submit that the Constitution is rather important to defend here, and it is not become of some intentional desire to make a mockery of this legislation. I think everybody has taken it very, very seriously, and that's why we're having the extended discussion that we are about it. In any event, I haven't heard anything from the Republican side that would be violative of the rules of decorum, and I hope that we will stop hearing things from the other side that violate that. And under the rules, when there is someone who is violating the rules of decorum, then it is allowed to interrupt someone under our House rules. But I know those change on a whim, but that's currently my understanding of the rules. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Returning to the bill at hand, I would oppose the proposed amendment on the basis that it's irrelevant to the purpose and subject of the bill, and would note again that the bill as written is supported by the National FOP, the Law Enforcement Action Partnership, the National District Attorneys Association, and half the state's attorney general across the country. Like the bipartisan drive to end mass incarceration with the recognition that it's a failed policy, this bill encourages states to end the practice of suspension of driver's licenses for deaths and fines unrelated to public safety, and has garnered support from groups as diverse as Americans for Prosperity and the ACLU. Research has also shown that places that have ended this practice have not had an impact on revenue. In fact, in some places, revenue has gone up because people have been better able to pay their bills or their fines. An article written by Midwestern prosecutors gets straight to the point. Suspending licenses hasn't worked as an enforcement tool. It's time we acknowledge that and stop doing it. Driver's license suspensions should be reserved for the sole purpose of ensuring safe roads, not demanding payment from people who may be struggling to meet their family's basic needs. This practice costs jobs, economic growth, undermines public safety, and places an economic burden on states. With that, I would urge passage of the underlying bill and yield back.
Yeah, the gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I've listened to the discussion and I'm reminded of a statement that my friend from Florida made last week when we were discussing some bills, and she said that when she saw the Judiciary Committee was something about, and here we go again. It was some statement like that, and unfortunately, I think here we go again. My friend from Rhode Island, and I do consider him a friend, said that not a single state has defunded the police, and that's true, but many cities have defunded the police, and it is concerning to many of us that cities have taken those actions and that Democrats in those cities have led those actions, and that no Democrat in Congress has spoken up, very loudly anyway, about those actions. And if, in fact, this bill is not about, well, I'll move on from that point. I think that it is incumbent on people to speak out when something like defunding the police occurs and they support the police. And I, again, suggest to my friend from Rhode Island, when he says that we voted against funding $1.25 billion for police in a COVID relief bill that was trillions of dollars, I don't think anybody voted against that COVID relief bill because of the funding for police. We voted against that COVID relief bill because it was irresponsible spending, and it was spending on an order of magnitude that many of us believe will hurt this country for years to come. And again, it's an unfair suggestion that anyone voted against that bill for that reason. I certainly didn't hear in the floor speeches anyone suggest that the police funding was the reason that they voted against that bill. And I think it is really shameful and something that we should stop doing in this committee, and that is blaming members of Congress for what happened on January 6th. My friend from Texas, Congressman Roy, and I spent days writing a statement that was joined by 4 or 5 other Republicans. In fact, I don't see Mr. Massey here, but he joined us in that statement where we disagreed with many of our Republican colleagues. And so it wasn't all Republicans on one side of the issue or another objecting to the statement or the vote of the Electoral College. And I think it's wrong to suggest that everyone on our side of the aisle was that took that position. I also think it's wrong when the gentlelady from Texas objected to in 2016 to the Electoral College, and she objected when President Trump won, and no one suggested that she didn't have the right to, or that it was somehow improper or unconstitutional to make that objection. She did it. The House did the right thing in that case, and we moved on. And so I hope that at some point we can address the merits of this bill, and I think all of us, or many of us on this side of the aisle, have said that this bill is meritorious and that it should be considered. I have the same problem that my friend from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, has, and that is that, is it the role of the federal government to incentivize this kind of state action? I recognize my friend from Rhode Island saying that we do this all the time, and I vote against this all the time also, and I'm just have a problem with that. But I'd like to ask the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, if I may, a question about this bill.
Certainly.
If we take away the fines and excuse the fines, how do we change the underlying conduct? If someone is speeding and gets a fine and can't afford the fine, how do we, I mean, I know I obey the speed limit sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes, because I am concerned about the fines, I'm concerned about safety, I'm concerned about a lot of things, but one of those things is being caught by the police. I think most of us driving on the highway recognize that we could be caught if we're speeding, and so we try to stay within the law. How do we try to encourage the right conduct by motorists in this situation if we don't have fines?
Well, overwhelmingly, this isn't related to motorists. Safety violations are completely different. So we're talking about court fines and fees with respect to different things, including the federal statute that required the imposition of driver's license suspension for drug offenses having nothing to do with road conduct.
Okay.
So it's just one type of enforcement mechanism. There could be wage garnishment, there could be, lawsuits, other methods of getting enforcement. So it's just one of many.
But any conduct that we're
The
trying
gentleman's time,
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. I yield back.
the gentleman's time is expired. The gentleman yields back. For what purpose the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Move strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nearly a year ago, we watched the horrific death of George Floyd. In its aftermath, there's been considerable focus, especially by the media, on a few bad actors within police departments across the country. That focus has led, in turn, for calls by some to defund or disband or dismantle the police. In my view, this legislation is just another part of that effort. Often local law enforcement operations are supported by fines and fees collected as a result of civil or criminal activity. Since H.R. 2453 makes no distinction between those who cannot pay fines and fees and those who simply refuse to do so, the result will be devastating to police departments across the U.S. and will likely result in increased taxes to hardworking, law-abiding citizens. I represent Ohio's 1st congressional district, which includes much of the city of Cincinnati. Nearly 2 decades ago, a young African-American teenager, I think he was 19 at the time, Timothy Thomas, was fatally shot by an officer in the Over-the-Rhine neighborhood of Cincinnati. In 2002, following protests and civil unrest, the city, police representatives, community leaders, and local, federal, and state officials entered into a collaborative agreement to build positive, constructive relationships between police department and communities they serve. The collaborative agreement, which is what it was called, implemented many of the reforms that we're discussing today. Revised use of force policies, required training to focus on de-escalation, increased transparency, established an independent citizen complaint authority to publicly investigate allegations against officers, and required the use of automatic body cameras, among other things. The results have not been perfect. For example, there's a ballot measure on May's ballot just a couple of weeks from now to defund the police to the tune of $50 million per year, and then take that money and put it into so-called affordable housing. But we've seen a dramatic improvement in local police-community relations. Also, arrests and serious crimes have decreased across the city, and notably, excessive use of force and violence against police officers has decreased. But these positive results are not the result of heavy-handed mandates from the federal government, like the legislation that we're considering here today. Rather, the changes are more attributable to the grassroots collaborative process, which required everyone involved to put aside their political agendas and work together. Both the police and the communities they serve had to reach out to each other and come together to address concerns and problem areas. And through that process, those involved began to see each other less as adversaries and more as partners. With those realizations, communications improved, and over time, trust and goodwill have been built. And now, when problems do arise in Cincinnati, they are approached in a predominantly civil, respectful manner due to years of cooperation and direct, honest communication. Instead of various recent attempts to defund the police, one of my Democratic colleagues recently, I think it was a week or so ago, basically proposed abolishing all police and abolishing all incarceration. So no place to put criminals, even violent criminals. And so that was her suggestion. So even though we've seen those types of things said and proposed, we should use training, data collection, and other reforms to weed out the bad actors and make sure that those who remain, which are the vast majority of police officers, have all the resources and support that they need to do their job effectively, safely, and fairly. And that's what we ought to be working on. This legislation is but another effort by the majority to appease the far left, to enact a law which will have dire consequences that will put innocent American lives in jeopardy. That's why the legislation itself is so bad, and I would recommend that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle oppose it. And I would thank the gentleman from North Carolina for introducing his very common sense amendment. I support the amendment. I would urge my colleague to support that amendment, oppose the bill, and I yield back my time.
If there are no further speakers, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. The nays have it.
No.
Mr. Chairman, request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren.
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Deutsch. Ms. Bass.
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries.
You're gonna.
No. Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline.
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu.
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demings. Ms. Demings votes no. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean.
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar.
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones. Ms. Ross.
No. Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa. Mr. Buck. Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes yes. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach.
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts. Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes yes. Mr. Owens.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Ms. Garcia, you are not recorded.
I vote no.
Ms. Garcia votes no.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Swalwell?
Mr. Chairman, how is Swalwell?
Mr. Swalwell, you are not recorded.
Swalwell votes no.
Mr. Swalwell votes
Mr.
no.
Jeffries?
This is Jones. How am I recorded?
Mr. Jones, you are not recorded.
I'm a no.
Mr. Jones votes no.
This is Owens. Am I recorded? Burgess Owens, am I recorded?
Mr. Owens, you are not recorded.
Put it on speaker.
Mr. Chairman, am I recorded? Hank Johnson.
Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Johnson of Georgia, you are not recorded.
Am I recorded? This is Burgess Owens.
Mr. Owens, you are not recorded.
I'm a yes.
Mr. Owens votes yes.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Did you get Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia, you're not recorded.
Here you go. How am I recorded?
Who is that?
How am I recorded?
Ms. Jackson Lee, you are not
Jackson Lee.
recorded.
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee, could you turn on your camera, please?
Mr. Cohen?
They did not get it. No. Jackson Lee, no.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no.
Mr. Cohen?
Mr. Cohen is recorded as no.
Okay.
Good.
Have we got enough?
Have a lot of good times with each other. It's really nice.
Are there any other members who haven't voted who wish to be recorded? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 16 ayes and 20 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments?
Chairman, I have an amendment to
Purposes, Mr. Roy, seek recognition.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm offering an amendment
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
to insert.
The gentleman is recognized to, well, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2453, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas. Page 5, insert after line 8 the following and redesignate succeeding paragraphs
Amendment will
accordingly.
be considered as read. A point of order is reserved. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I've got an amendment that is to modify the findings and to insert a new finding and adjust accordingly. We're all here because obviously this issue directly impacts law enforcement. And so issues have been raised about the extent to which this particular provision, or in this particular process burdens law enforcement officers and prosecutors. Now, obviously, this is the Judiciary Committee, so there's a number of former law enforcement officials, a number of former judges, former prosecutors in this room. I'm a former prosecutor, a whole bunch here are. And we're all aware of prosecutorial discretion. And I just wanted to make note that it important in consideration of this is that law enforcement and prosecutorial discretion exists in all jurisdictions. It can be used to not enforce provisions that suspend or revoke a driver's license for non-payment of a fine or fee. It's stating the obvious, but the point here, as the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, I think the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomer, and others have noted about this being predominantly, and in fact, solely in this case, a state issue to make this determination, and that this is a continuation of the use of federal dollars to micromanage local law enforcement. They can choose to go down this path or not. They can choose to, suspend licenses for fines or not. And the only purpose of doling out grants is to spend money we don't have
I'll repeat that one more time. Spend money we don't have in the form of grants in order to make states do what this body thinks that the state ought to do. And that's what we're doing, right? That's what we always do here in Washington, is we take money we don't have, and we either forcibly take it from citizens in the form of taxes, or we borrow it from China or elsewhere, or we print it, mortgaging our children's future, and then we go and we spend a day arguing over X millions of dollars of grant money to go out and coerce states into some behavior that we think is best. And this is the problem. We're governing, by fiat from Washington. And I think that it's important to note that these states have, in all cases, these local jurisdictions have the ability to exercise discretion and not do this. That's it. I mean, you can choose to do it or not do it. I understand the argument, but they can't. The state laws can be written.
Will the gentleman yield just?
I'll yield to the gentleman.
I guess I think there are a number of jurisdictions in which suspensions and fines are mandatory. So once someone is convicted, there is no discretion. And so to say all states can decide not to do it, that's just not true. There are many, many jurisdictions where an imposition of a fine or suspension of license is mandatory upon conviction with no discretion by the sentencing judge.
Well, and reclaiming my time, and I understand the gentleman's point that there are some laws that cause that to be enforced. Many jurisdictions don't have that. In fact, probably most. I'm looking at the data. Most jurisdictions don't have the mandate, but some that might have that mandate coming on from statute, it's still up to the discretion of the state. And law enforcement officers and prosecutors still have general prosecutorial discretion, but to the extent that there are some specific limits, again, that's up to the state. So all this is doing is recognizing, and I'd certainly accept a modification to in all or most jurisdictions, or strike all, make it most. My main point of just including this is that in general terms, prosecutors and local law enforcement have discretion on what to do. And then overriding all of that, and the whole reason we're having this discussion, is that states have ultimate jurisdiction to make a decision about what they think is in the best interest of the people of their state.
Would the gentleman yield? Would the gentleman yield?
I'll yield to the chairman, yes, sir.
Yeah, again, the gentleman is correct, I think. It simply says law enforcement and prosecutor discretion exists in all jurisdictions. That is true. And the bill doesn't change that. The bill doesn't change that, and it says it can be used to not enforce provisions that suspend or revoke a driver's license. States can certainly do that, so I think I would not oppose the amendment because it's useless, but it's also harmless.
Well, with that, I will yield.
Are there any further, for what purpose does Mr. Fitzgerald seek recognition? Gentleman is recognized. Yeah.
Correct.
I was going to say that there are relationships at the local level in which even some legislatures have now developed, for instance, drug courts, where they have built relationships directly with those that both the circuit court judge or even a municipal judge has built that type of relationship with those that are doing the prosecuting or those that are doing the defending. And as a result of that, it's kind of a unique, I don't want to do anything here that would destroy that flexibility that currently exists. So I would just yield back on that.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on this amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments? For what purposes Mr. Gomer seek recognition?
Have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to H.R. 2453, offered by Mr. Gomert of Texas, page 8, line 6.
Without
insert.
objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman from Texas is recognized to explain his amendment.
in this amendment, I know the bill is proposed to be subject to interpretation, but it certainly appears that it could be, a state could be prevented from receiving grant money if the unpaid fines and fees included fines or fees related to non-payment of child support. I was thinking I was going to find within the effective language some exception for that, but I don't find that. And so this should make it clear. Anybody that's worked in the court system knows that a major problem is non-payment of child support, and the child ends up suffering because the parents have got some big disagreement, and one required to pay child support is not paying that child support. And I would hate to think that we passed something in the House that gave people a reason not to have to pay child support. But there are fines, fees, and other consequences that most states have when it comes to the non-payment of child support. And this amendment just seeks to make that clear. As I don't think it's the author's intention to give incentive not to pay child support, and this would make it very clear. So that is the purpose of the amendment, and why I hope it will be passed and be part of the bill. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. I believe the policies we are incentivizing in this bill, that we are incentivizing the states to adopt, and which the bill gives the states the choice as to whether or not to adopt, are important enough that we should not incentivize limitations on the turning away from the practice of suspending driver's licenses because of unpaid fines and fees. Such suspensions are counterproductive and don't make sense as a general matter. Let's not reduce the impact of this bill. I therefore oppose the amendment. I yield back. Who seeks recognition?
I seek to move to strike the last word.
For what purpose does Ms. Scanlon seek recognition?
Just move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Just to respond to Mr. Gomert's concern, the bill clearly defines what is affected here as a fine or a fee, and child support is clearly not defined as a fine or a fee. It's a court mandate, so it would fall outside the scope of this bill, and that's why it was written in that way. There's absolutely no intention or language to subject child support. So I would oppose the amendment, and I yield back to the chair.
Lady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the, for what purpose does Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want
To strike the last word?
yes, I'm going to strike the last word. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you.
You must never forget to strike the word.
I'll try never forget that.
Long-suffering word, but go ahead.
That poor word. Mr. Chairman, look, I just want to say, as we debate these bills, we go back and forth. Sometimes passions get high, but sometimes there's some motivation that gets impugned. I mean, it does. And I try to understand that maybe I'm not as moderated in my language as I should be from time to time, but I try to understand that. But I have to make two quick points, Mr. Chairman, if I can. Number one is that debate occurs usually because we're serious about an issue. If we didn't think an issue was serious, we wouldn't be debating it extensively and seriously. And to say that it's a mockery, that really gets to somebody's intention. And it also trivializes what somebody's saying, and that's unfortunate. Because I don't think we should trivialize what anybody in here is saying. I think everybody in here is a serious person trying to do serious things. And then the other point I need to make is yelling does not make something true. Yelling simply does not make it true. And I was just flabbergasted at the extent of the histrionics that were going on recently. And also, I would say that I do know, I was actually trying to make a point of order, because I think that's the proper way to do it, but there was so much commotion going on, I'm sure the chairman did not hear me trying to make that point of order. But I raised that because as we get in these debates, and you were trying to make the point of decorum, but sometimes I guess I feel that my motivations are impugned, and I think we should discuss that. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield to the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the friend from Arizona. Like I said earlier, I understand the intent is not necessarily to prevent or to give incentive not to pay child support fees, but fees could include child support. It could include those payments that are made to incentivize the payment of child support. I don't see fees as being as restrictive as the author does. And if there's one thing I've learned since I've been in Congress, what is said in here about what something means is not necessarily anything at all like what the Supreme Court or other courts will say that meaning is. So when there's any question at all, it's always better to make it clear within the bill itself. Even legislative intent rarely seems to make its way into our highest court. So fees are just what the word says, fees, and that could arguably include child support fees. I think it would help to have the amendment to make it clear. I'm a little surprised that there's pushback on this, but since there is, people need to understand this is really important to have this in here so that it's never said the Judiciary Committee and the United States House supported incentivizing not paying child support. And that could be argued, and I don't want it to ever be argued. So that's why the amendment is there, and I urge people to vote for it. And I yield back to my friend from Arizona.
And I also urge people to
Would the gentleman yield
support
just for a note?
the bill, and I'll.
Will
I'm sorry?
Would you yield just for a minute?
Yeah, I'll yield for 40 seconds.
40 seconds.
Yes.
I was just going to note that there is a federal mandate to there's a federal state program, the Child Support Enforcement Program, which requires suspension of licenses for child support payments. So there is already a pre-existing federal mandate to do this, so the amendment would not be there.
Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? In that case, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. No. Are there any further amendments? For what purposes does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
An amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2453, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas, page 8, line 6, insert
Without
after the
objection, the
period.
amendment is considered as read. The gentleman will explain, is recognized to explain his amendment.
I thank the chairman. Since we are talking about grants and then how grants are then being used, again, grants for which we have no money, by the way, grants being used to coerce states into certain action, and that action is to ensure that individuals maintain their use of identification, be able to have their driver's license. It should be, I think, equally important that people are able to use said identification to vote, to ensure the integrity of our elections. We have seen over the years a continued degradation in the faith of the American people in our election system. I think that was made very clear. I mean, regardless of one's perspective, it is very clear that a enormous block of the American people simply do not trust that our elections are reflecting the will of the people. And one of those reasons is because of a lack of belief that people who are voting are who they say they are. There is ample evidence that this is a problem. There's ample evidence, particularly that this is a problem in coordination with mail-in ballots. And if we're going to play the game of spending federal dollars that we don't have to encourage states to engage in behavior, a practice I generally am not in favor of, I would suggest that if we're going down that road, as we are here, to do something that I think is essentially meddling in the affairs of state and local law enforcement, I would suggest that it would be important for us to take the opportunity, since we're talking about identifications. Driver's licenses tend to be the main form of identification used by most Americans in most states, all states, that we would be able to say that those driver's licenses should be being used by the constituents of the states to ensure that our federal elections have the full faith and confidence of the American people, and by ensuring that those states use voter identification in carrying out elections. We simply don't want to have a continued lack of confidence in our election systems. And I would point out that it was true in 2016 fall, 2017 spring, that my Democrat colleagues were stating lots of questions about the elections and raising points of concern about the elections, lack of trust in the elections. They didn't like the outcome. I would note that we've got a lot of issues raised about, obviously, this past November's elections. And we needn't even get into the specific details of that to say that we certainly think it's critically important that if you're going to use an identification to, for example, pick up tickets at a Major League Baseball game, say, for example, in Atlanta, Georgia, as opposed to, say, Denver, Colorado, that perhaps you can use a voter ID, or you can use an identification to vote. Or that if, for example, you use voter identification, or you use identification, a driver's license, typically, to fly on, say, Delta Airlines, or perhaps, say, American Airlines, that perhaps you should be able to use said driver's license or identification to vote in your election so that the people of your state can believe in and trust in the confidence of your election system. I think that it is long past time that we just acknowledge that it would be far better for our republic that we come together on a bipartisan basis, adopt and believe in the use of identification, as we do in all walks of life, to ensure the integrity of our election system upon which our republic depends, and for the future and security of our people, our kids and our grandkids, to believe in this great republic. And with that, I will yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I'll recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. Once again, the amendment has nothing to do with the bill. The bill grants, the bill provides grants to states for driver's license reinstatement programs. It has nothing for driver's licenses. It has nothing to do with federal elections or photo identification at all. So this amendment has nothing to do with the bill. It's simply confusing matters, and I therefore oppose the amendment and urge that it not be adopted. I yield back. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
What?
I move to strike the last word. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, it's funny, we were just lectured for the last couple of hours about how important it was not to tell states what to do, but I guess that was an hour ago by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. But to your point, This amendment incentivizes behaviors that have nothing to do with the underlying bill, but more than that, it has everything to do with making it more difficult for people to vote in this country. And, you know, I think it gives me an occasion, since my Republican colleagues have used this hearing to talk about every other issue but the bill, I welcome the opportunity to talk about H.R. 1 and democracy. Because the former president's own national security, the official in charge of election security found that the election we had in 2020 was the most secure election in American history. And in many places, it included record levels of participation. That is good and healthy for our democracy. And elections are not unreliable simply because you don't like the results. Let me repeat that. Elections are not unreliable simply because you don't like the results. And I would venture to say that despite my friend's claim that one of the reasons people are questioning the legitimacy of the election is the absence of voter ID laws, my suggestion is that most people don't know the status of voter ID laws in the 50 states. And I dare say that actually the source of discomfort with the election comes more from trusted elected leaders who, rather than acknowledging what the former president's official in charge of elections and saying this is the most secure election in American history, have promoted some different version, that other people won the election and that it was stolen and all these other kind of crazy conspiracy theories, that maybe that's the source of some of the uncertainty. And so voter ID laws make it more difficult for people to vote. Sadly, all across America, as we sit here today, 46 state legislatures are engaged in an effort to make it more difficult for people to vote, to take away early voting, to take away vote by mail, to make it more difficult, particularly for people in communities of color, to access the ballot box, the most fundamental right in our democracy. And that's why I was so proud that Democrats passed H.R. 1 to make it easier for people to vote, to make sure that the voices of the American people are heard in our elections, and that we remove unnecessary barriers so that every person who's legally entitled to vote, to have their voice heard, in fact, gets to do that. We should all support that effort. And so this amendment gives me an opportunity to say this is something where there's a real contrast between Democrats and Republicans. We didn't secure a single vote in the most important pro-democracy bill and ethics reform since Watergate, considered by this Congress in H.R. 1. Not a single one of our friends on the other side of the aisle saw fit to support access to the ballot, removing dark money from our campaigns, raising ethical standards, bringing greater transparency. H.R. 1, a historic effort to return power to the people of this country and our democracy. And so this is that, coupled with efforts by Republican legislators across the country to make it more difficult to vote. The last thing I think we should do is include an incentive in this bill for states to engage in an effort to make it harder for people to vote. We should be doing just the opposite. In fact, we should have amendments that say a state that doesn't make it easier for people to vote, that doesn't have vote by mail or early voting or automatic voter registration, the things that will actually amplify the voices of the American people. That's what we should be doing, not making it harder for people to have their voices heard. You know, one of the reasons people have lost some faith in government is because they don't think they have a voice. They think corporate money has a bigger voice. They think people who have easier access to the ballot have a greater voice. Let's not prove them right. Let's defeat this terrible amendment, pass the underlying bill, and get to the business of ensuring that the American people have a voice in their own democracy. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
For what purposes, gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Speak on the amendment.
Strike last word?
Last word, yeah.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The previous speaker said elections are not unreliable because you don't like the results. He said it twice. Elections are not unreliable because you don't like the results. Someone should have told that to Democrats over the last 4 years. They had their crazy Russian conspiracy theory for 3 years. We had to live through all kinds of hearings in this committee on that. On January 6, 2017, Democrat after Democrat objected to the results of the 2016 election. We had the Democrat chair of the Rules Committee, the gentleman from Massachusetts, objected to Alabama. The results from Alabama. President Trump won Alabama in November of 2016, won Alabama by like 30 points. He objected to that. We had the lead impeachment manager of the second impeachment of the president, a colleague here on our committee. He objected to Florida on January 6, 2017. We had another member of the Democrats object to Wyoming, maybe the only state that President Trump won in 2016 by a greater margin than he won Alabama. So they can do all that, but somehow if we question the results of 2020, somehow, you can't do that. Only Democrats are allowed to object to election results. I didn't know that was a rule. So we just want integrity in our election process. So many states, like Ohio, you have to show your ID when you go to vote. I think that's pretty good. What we were concerned about in this past election was the unconstitutional manner in which some states changed their election law in the run-up to the election. Namely, Pennsylvania is maybe the best example, where Pennsylvania law says that election day ends at 8 o'clock on Tuesday, and the partisan state Supreme Court says, no, we're going to make election end at 5 o'clock on Friday for mail-in ballots. State law says that election law, for election law, you have to have a signature verification, but the partisan Secretary of State, who has since had to resign, by the way, Democrat Party Secretary of State in Pennsylvania, said, no, we're going to have, you have signature verification if you vote in person, but if you do a mail-in ballot, you don't have to have that for 2.6 million people. So those are the concerns we had based on unconstitutional changes made to election law in an unconstitutional fashion. But yeah, if elections are not unreliable because you don't like the results, and someone needs to tell the Democrats about that, because they spent 3 years of the American people's time and money objecting to what happened on November 8th, 2016. With that, I'd be happy to yield to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
I appreciate the ranking member, and I would say to my colleagues who raised the questions about why we'd be offering an amendment that puts a hook on states when we were giving a speech about not liking that approach. Well, I'd be happy to withdraw the amendment if we withdraw the legislation underlying this that we have concerns with. My only point is just simply to make the point, right? We're hooking into federal dollars our preferences to states. And so my point here is what we're talking about are driver's licenses, which when I was the first Assistant Attorney General of Texas, we had to deal with litigation about how driver's licenses were difficult to get and so forth, and that made it difficult to vote. So we came up with ways for people to get free ID to make sure they could vote and so forth, and under our voter ID system. And I'm just saying we're talking about the importance of having driver's licenses, and I'm saying that's the importance of using those driver's licenses to vote. That's all. I do think it's relevant. I do think it matters. I do think we should be talking about it. And fraud does exist. It exists in real time in Texas. Recent cases in Limestone County, Texas. A social worker in a state assisted living center is being charged with 134 felony counts of purportedly acting as an agent and of election fraud, submitted voter registration applications for 67 residents without their signature or effective consent. In Medina County, 4 people, including elected justice of the peace, were charged in February with 150 counts of election fraud, including ballot harvesting and illegal voting. In Bexar County, a self-described ballot chaser was arrested in January and charged with multiple voter fraud felonies, investigating says she traded gift bags for votes. In Harris County, during the 2018 primary, a video was posted showing a campaign worker for a state rep candidate, and the campaign worker approached elderly in a care facility and filled out their ballots and claimed they had already done 400. This led to an amateur investigation, which then the author found that 32 of the mail-in ballot applications from different voters had the same handwriting, used the same stamp, and all came from the same precinct. I can go through issue after issue, example after example. And one of the issues that states are wrestling with right now is the use of voter ID with mail-in ballots, so that we can have, in addition to signature match, we can have something as concrete as voter identification to ensure that when mail-in ballots are submitted, that we know they are coming from a citizen who is supposed to be voting in that particular election. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Ms. Dean.
I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Number one, I do want to remind our good fellows on the other side of the aisle that ours is a commonwealth. Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment, and let me read one sentence from this amendment to reveal its lack of relevance. Quote, they want inserted, the good gentleman from Texas would like to insert, quote, a state that does not require that an individual present valid photo identification in order to vote in an election for federal office is ineligible to receive a grant under this paragraph. I ask the entire committee, of what relevance is voter ID to the worthy legislation that we are talking about? I'll remind everybody, we're talking about Ms. Scanlon's legislation that is the Driving for Opportunity Act. It is not connected in any way to elections. It's not connected in any way to the big lie. It is simply a smart bill that would be a life-saving bill that would stop the suspension of license for unpaid fees, unrelated unpaid fees and fines. I find it very strange and baffling that some members on the other side of the aisle don't take this markup with the seriousness that I believe we all should. We should be talking about the underlying legislation. We should not be trying to create voter ID laws in my good Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We saw how that worked out in 2011 and 12 and how they were struck down as unconstitutional. I served there at the time the Supreme Court struck voter ID laws down. A good reminder to the gentleman on the other side of the aisle also, in terms of the last election and Pennsylvania's modernization of our election laws that sought to get more people the ability to vote, not fewer, sought to get more people to exercise their right, their privilege to vote and the responsibility, frankly, to vote. That was a Republican initiative. The Republican-controlled legislature in Pennsylvania was the one who put forward and got passed modernization of our election laws. Only when they didn't like the one election's result in particular did they think they might be unconstitutional, which of course the court struck down. So again, I think our constituents ask us to be serious. My constituents want this underlying legislation passed, so they will be freed from the constraints of fees and fines, taking away their privilege to drive in order to take care of their families and their careers. I ask that the people on the other side of the committee please stay with the underlying legislation, bring it the seriousness that it deserves for your credibility and our own. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, once again, the other side of the aisle feels it necessary to demean this particular amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas with gravity and seriousness. They attempt to demean it and mock it and condescend to what he's trying to do, be condescending to that. And I wanted to just point out something that was said earlier by one of my colleagues across the aisle, talking about H.R. 1 being so important to keep corporate money out of politics. And by the way, it isn't necessarily our side that's wandering all over the road talking about different issues. We've heard a lot of different issues mentioned in relationship to this today, but one of them was corporate money out of politics. And I couldn't help but think that it wasn't until just a few weeks ago that we found out in Arizona that Facebook, Mr. Zuckerberg, gave millions of dollars to local elections officials in Arizona. And we still haven't been able to get to the bottom of how, why he did it. They did it. We know that. How did that influence the outcome of the election? We don't know. You want election integrity? Well, let's just let's face the facts. In Maricopa County, they are actually doing a forensic audit. There's over 100 lawyers from the other side of the aisle trying to stop that audit as it goes on as we speak today. Why not just let the audit go forward and let's find out where the chips may? President Biden's still going to be sitting in the Oval Office regardless, but we can find out what went wrong, if anything. And if something went wrong, we can correct it. But I digress just a little bit, but that's in response to the corporate money out of politics argument I heard just moments ago. And with that, I'll yield to the gentleman from Texas.
I'll only add, and I don't want to use too much time. The goal here is not dilatory. It's simply to raise this issue. And I understand my colleagues saying that I think it is attenuated, that it's not maybe directly related to the underlying measure. I would only offer that the importance, and I understand why, that my colleagues attach to the importance to an individual having a driver's license to be able to carry out their vocation. I agree with that. And I think it's critically important. And I think states, because I think that's where this decision ought to be being made, ought to certainly consider all of that when they're thinking through punishments and how to ensure people comply and pay fines and do all the things they need to do to make a criminal justice system work. I just don't believe it ought to be occurring here. And my only point is to say, excuse me?
The gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
The states under the bill will continue to make those decisions without question. The bill simply provides for grants to incentivize them, as we do on many, many different subjects. So I agree with you in that sense.
Do you want to reclaim your time?
I'm reclaiming my time. Thank you. And I appreciate the comments. But actually, this bill does supersede state law with regard to the underlying purpose of the bill. And that is, in my opinion, the biggest flaw to the bill. And we need to preserve the state's rights to they govern best. I mean, that's really what happens. They're closest to the people, they govern it best. I'll yield again to my friend from Texas.
And in truth, I understand why someone would say, well, then why are you offering an amendment to tell a state what to do? I get that. It's to make a point here in this context. I think that driver's licenses are important. I agree. I think driver's licenses are important also for voting. I believe that most states that have adopted voter IDs have done so in a way that allows the vast majority, if not all, people to be able to vote and to give confidence in elections. And I think that if we're talking about states here and who should be deciding, again, as the gentleman said, I think states ought to be deciding this, including the voter ID laws. That would be my preference. But unfortunately, and one of my colleagues expounded on the HR 1 bill, the HR 1 bill steps all over the ability of states to manage their own elections. And so, we're left, trying to make the case in these kind of contexts as to why that's harmful and why we should, frankly, be deferring to the states, as I think we should be doing here in broad terms. With that, I yield back.
Mr.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
First, I want to speak in favor of Ms. Scanlon's excellent bill. We had something similar in Maryland, which also decided to stop punishing motorists, people who have a driver's license, by revoking their driver's license because they have a separate, unrelated legal matter relating to funds owed. I would think that that's actually a principle that could and should unify us across party lines. Having a driver's license is essential for a lot of people's livelihood. I would dare say a majority of people's livelihood in the country. You can't get to work. You can't get the kids to school. You can't navigate a lot of life depending on where you live. But in a lot of parts of the country, especially in rural parts of the country, you don't have a driver's license. And then if we use that as leverage over you in terms of other things, it really can incapacitate and paralyze people. So I think this is a profoundly decent legislation. And when I was in Annapolis, it had tremendous support across the aisle from Democrats, Republicans, and others. Everybody thought that this should not be, at least in the normal course of things, leverage that you use against people. And now we have an amendment from my friend, Mr. Roy, which again continues the improper use of the driver's license as coercive leverage against people here in order to keep them from voting, when of course that's a matter of state law and state decision. I know that there's actually nothing too whimsical about the amendment, because we have had other representatives from the Republican Party arguing for just this, a nationwide mandate that there be a photo ID requirement in every state. This is a profoundly dangerous thing to do. Now, it's true, the vast majority of the people will be able to use their voter ID in this, their driver's license in this way. But not everybody has a driver's license. A lot of older people no longer have a driver's license. A lot of young people have not yet gotten their driver's license. I remember in one of the states, it was in Indiana, there was a very draconian voter ID law, and 10 elderly nuns who did not have driver's licenses could not vote because they had no way to prove that they were who they were, despite the fact that they had been voting for decades and it was perfectly clear who they were. So it is a small part of the population. Maybe it's 1 or 2% of the people who would be disenfranchised this way. That's millions of people. And we're willing basically to say, for political and partisan purposes, we're gonna eliminate millions of people from voting, or make it extremely difficult, essentially imposing a poll tax by making them go out and spend their time and get to whatever state office is issuing some other form of ID, which they've got to pay for. All for what? Well, because they claim that there's voter fraud. The problem is that there's no evidence of it. It is absolutely minuscule and infinitesimal. I just went online, I found a few cases from 2020, 2016, far less than 1/10,000th of 1%. Here's one from Milwaukee, 10 Republicans accused of voter fraud. There was one guy who voted for Trump, and he did it for himself, and then he did it for his mother. So there's a handful of cases. For some reason, it looks like it's all Republicans to me. But in any event, it's a tiny, tiny, minuscule number of people, and you're going to disenfranchise tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions of people by making this a nationwide mandate. So I don't know whether or not the amendment is meant to presage an attempt to push this seriously as a nationwide law, but it would be the wrong thing to do. But Ms. Scanlon's bill is absolutely the right thing to do, because people should not have their driver's licenses taken away from them for ulterior motives and extraneous reasons. And the rest of it, by the way, let me just say about the Russian conspiracy theory. Of course, it's no conspiracy theory that Vladimir Putin mobilized a serious campaign to interfere in our election in 2016, to interfere at the DNC and to interfere with Hillary Clinton, and to interfere in, to try to probe state election computer systems. All of that's been established by our national security agencies, the FBI, the CIA, the NSA. Nothing conspiracy theory-like about that at all. And we know there were also more than 100 contacts between the Trump campaign and Vladimir Putin. And everybody remembers Donald Trump saying, "Russia, are you listening? Find the rest of those emails out there." So there's nothing fantasy-like about that. It's true that the Mueller report said, given that Trump wouldn't testify and lots of people weren't cooperating, they didn't have enough evidence to prove that there was a conspiracy. But my friend from Ohio would like to invite everybody to believe that all of this is made up. There are books on it.
Gentleman, yield for a question.
You can go and you can discover. You can go and discover exactly what Vladimir.
Gentleman,
you can go
gentleman,
and
yield
discover
for a
exact.
The gentleman can't yield for a question. Gentleman's time has expired.
Well, he was still talking, that's why I asked him.
Well,
obviously his time hadn't expired.
The gentleman's time has expired. Does
Okay.
I'll get Mr. Jordan the book, and I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? What purpose does Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
No, I just, a simple question is.
Gentleman is recognized. Mr. Shabbat is recognized.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. I was just going to ask him why he objected on January 6, 2017 then. What was his
I'd be
basis?
delighted to answer. If the gentleman would yield, I'd be delighted to answer
yield
that.
to Mr. Shabbat. If he'll yield to you to answer a question, then fine, we can play this game.
Gentleman yields to Mr.
Yes. Well, as the gentleman well knows, it is a firm bipartisan commitment under the atavistic electoral college system we have that people will object to technical violations, as I did with respect to Florida, because there were dozens of state legislators who were also electors, and you're not allowed to do that. You can either be an elected official or an elector, and I object on those grounds. But I certainly did not incite a violent insurrection against the union and stir up mob violence to try
Reclaiming
to
my
overthrow the
time, I
election.
yield to the gentleman from Ohio.
So I just want to be clear for the committee, the Judiciary Committee, to know, so it's okay for Mr. Raskin to object on January 6, 2017 for, quote, technical reasons, whatever these may or may not have been, but it's not okay for Jim Jordan or Mr. Shabbat or Mr. Goldman or Mr. Biggs or whoever to object for unconstitutional reasons, constitutional-based reasons, when you have people in respective states or commonwealths, as Ms. Dean pointed out, go around their state legislature,
To you inciting violent insurrection against the union.
Mr. Chairman, it's my time, and Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman has the time. The gentleman from Ohio has the time.
when you have partisan state Supreme Courts, partisan Secretary of States, in some cases, just partisan county clerks, go around the law written by the legislature when they conduct an election. So somehow, we're not allowed to object to that, but Mr. Raskin is allowed to object for technical reasons on January 6, 2017.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Ohio has the time.
I will yield back to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat, and thank you.
I'll yield back to the chair.
The gentleman's yielded back. Are there any further speakers? In that case, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
No.
No.
The nays have it.
No.
That's for recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren.
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee.
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Deutsch.
That word. And so here is a message that talks about the racist historical
Ms. Bass.
legacy of this concept, defines it for people so that we can raise that ire that we need. No matter what we look like or who we vote for, most of us believe.
Someone's mic is on when it should be off.
Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demings. Ms. Demings votes no. Mr. Correa.
Want to stay before we turn it over to have the conversation.
No.
Mr. Correa votes no.
No.
Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse.
Neguse votes no.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath.
McBath votes no.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean.
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar. Mr. Jones. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush.
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan.
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomer. Mr. Gomer votes aye. Mr. Issa.
Aye.
Because having
Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe.
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes yes. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach.
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts. Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Bentz.
Yes.
Mr. Bentz votes yes. Mr. Owens.
Owens, yes.
Mr. Owens votes yes.
Mr. Cohen? That was Mr.
Chairman, this is Congressman Cohen. Am I recorded?
Mr. Cohen, you are not recorded.
Then I want to vote no.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Chairman.
Hold on 1 minute, okay?
Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia
Mr.
votes
Chair, how
no.
am I recorded?
Ms. Bass, you are not recorded.
Bass votes no.
Ms. Bass votes no.
Mr.
Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Liu, you are not recorded.
Lou votes no.
Mr. Liu votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Ms. Escobar, you are not recorded.
I vote no.
Ms. Escobar votes no.
Some very important lessons here. One of the issues that many of us can track where also.
Are there any members who wish to vote who haven't been recorded? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 17 ayes and 23 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any other amendments to HR 2453?
Mr. Chairman, I have, Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report.
Amendment to HR 2453.
Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Offered by Mr.
Point of
Biggs of
order.
Arizona. Page 10, insert after line 2 the following and read as.
Objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman has 5 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has been an interesting debate that we've had today. The gentleman from Maryland said, quote, "We had something in Maryland," quote, and then he said, quote, "when I was in Annapolis," close quote, and he said, "I thought this would be," and I'll quote here, "something around which we could," I quote, "would, could, and unify," close quote. And he's right. I mean, this is something around which state legislatures can and should unify on their approach to this very important question. The fact that you were able to do it in Maryland is because that was the proper venue. It was the proper level of government dealing with an issue for that state. This isn't instead an imposition across all states of congressional will, and that happens often. But it doesn't mean it's right just because it happens often. This is a state-based decision, and this is a state-based problem, and that's where it should best be resolved. And that leads me to my amendment that I'm offering now. And so this amendment is to prohibit grant funding from going to jurisdictions that limit information sharing with federal law enforcement or hinder federal law enforcement from enforcing our immigration laws. Federal funding should not be going to states that make it harder for federal law enforcement agents to enforce federal law. And until the current administration reverses courses and starts securing the border and enforcing our immigration laws, federal law enforcement agents will remain busy apprehending illegal, border crossers in the interior of the United States. Policies that limit information sharing, which is what will happen with this bill, prohibit cooperation or hinder the enforcement of immigration laws will increase the risk to law enforcement and to our communities. There's no question that the policies contained in the underlying bill make it more difficult for federal law enforcement to enforce the law. We should not be incentivizing those jurisdictions with additional federal funding. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman.
Will the gentleman yield for a question on the amendment?
Surely.
So I guess my first question is, your amendment says that this grant program will not be available to a jurisdiction which substantially limits compliance with, and then you cite provisions of the federal law. So a jurisdiction obviously doesn't have the ability to limit compliance. That federal law applies throughout the United States. So do you mean by that, I guess I don't know what you mean, like that law exists in the United States of America, no municipality or jurisdiction has the right in any way to limit compliance with it. It's the law. So how could they limit compliance with a federal law?
Oh, they do it in response to that question. They do it all the time. We have had cities in Arizona that have specifically limited participation. So, for instance, they've refused to grant information with federal officials, federal law
But that doesn't obviate
Yes,
doesn't limit compliance with the
Excuse me,
federal.
I'm reclaiming my time.
Okay.
That does obviate their ability to enforce federal law. When you don't share information, or how about this one? If you don't hold people that where there's a federal want or warrant that the feds have given notification to the city or the county or the state officials that we want that individual, we want to pick them up, and they instead have let them loose or turned them loose or refused to transfer them to the feds. Yes, indeed, that has an effect on the federal law enforcement officers' ability to enforce the law. I'll yield back to the chairman.
That's, Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition.
The gentleman has yielded back. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. Once again, the amendment has nothing to do with the bill. The bill incentivizes states to not withhold driver's licenses under certain circumstances. The amendment has to do with federal immigration law. The bill has nothing to do with federal immigration law, and the amendment has nothing to do with the bill. The amendment is irrelevant to the bill, again, as the previous amendment was, because in this case, because it's immigration law. The bill does not deal with immigration law in any way. It deals with driver's licenses. Therefore, I must oppose the amendment, and I'll yield to the gentleman from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you for yielding. I, again, think you are exactly right. This has nothing to do with the underlying bill. It's sort of an ongoing parade of unrelated issues that our friends on the other side of the aisle want to debate, which is interesting but not particularly useful in terms of the work of this committee. But I think in particular, this one is drafted in a way that suggests somehow that municipalities have the ability to limit compliance with underlying federal law. That's just not the case. Now, if the sponsor of the amendment means that there are jurisdictions which refuse to undertake the duties of the federal immigration agencies, I will grant him that. There are a number of jurisdictions that have said, we're not going to do the work of federal immigration authorities, but they are still bound to comply with federal law. Every single jurisdiction in America is bound to follow federal law. So the kind of underlying notion in this amendment is just a legal and factual predicate which doesn't exist. Compliance with federal law is required. There is a debate. I was a mayor of a city and, in fact, did not think that local police officers should be undertaking work of federal immigration officials because they didn't have the training, they didn't have the expertise, and frankly, that's why people pay taxes to the federal government. So there may be, in fact, jurisdictions that refuse to undertake the work of federal immigration officials, but again, this is irrelevant, it's unrelated to the underlying bill, it's raising another issue, And I think, again, creating the impression that somehow municipalities or state governments have the right to defy federal law. That's just not the case. I urge my colleagues to vote against the amendment. I yield back to the chairman and thank him for the courtesy.
And I'll yield back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Who seeks recognition?
me, Dan Bishop.
Gentleman is recognized.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I think what knits together a number of the amendments is that there are a series of simple reservations from this new federal grant program, all of which are consistent with the professed purpose of the bill, and all of which ought to be easy to agree on. I beg to differ with my colleague on the other side of the aisle. I come from Mecklenburg County, North Carolina, where a sanctuary sheriff made a policy for the sake of expressing his view of federal immigration law, undertook a policy to refuse to cooperate with Immigrations and Customs Enforcement and detainer requests. Now, in the last several months, perhaps that has been eclipsed by the fact that the White House has undertaken to sabotage the enforcement of immigration law with a predictable result. But whether it is the White House that undertakes, against the advice of the Customs and Border Patrol, undertakes the reversal of policies that had been successful in securing the border, or it is a locality that uses its resources in a way that is designed and intended to undermine the enforcement of federal immigration law, it is not a policy that we should reward. Hence, the reasonable reservation the gentleman from Arizona has suggested seems very simple to me. And I yield to the gentleman from Arizona.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. So when I look at this and I hear the argument that, well, in my city, we didn't think that we had officers that were trained to replace federal immigrations officers, I understand that. I understand that. There are provisions that allow for training for local law enforcement to become certified to enforce certain aspects of immigration law. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about here when a local jurisdiction takes action specifically in contravention of federal law. And I am so glad to hear my colleague across the aisle say that you simply cannot disobey federal law. Well, we see it all the time. There are 100 some odd sanctuary cities in this country. And what they do is they do not communicate with the federal agency as they're required to. They do not follow the holds that they're required to. Now, those types of things actually get in the way of the enforcement of federal law. And it's that simple, and that's what they shouldn't be incentivized to do so. And I think that this all relates to it, just as the gentleman from North Carolina has said, and I'll yield back to the gentleman from North Carolina.
With that, I yield to the ranking member.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. So if you take away the driver's license, if you change the policy that takes away the driver's license of people who won't pay their bills, won't pay their fines, the federal government will give your state American tax dollars. But if you defund the police, if you don't follow federal law when it comes to sanctuary cities, sanctuary states, if you have no photo ID, no problem there. So we're going to pay states to make sure that people who didn't pay their bills get to keep their driver's license, but we're not going to have any action to states that actually defund the police, have sanctuary cities, and don't require a photo ID. I mean, that's what we've been debating here the last, I don't know, hour and a half, 2 hours, and it seems like maybe we got it a little backwards. I bet there's lots of Americans that think we got it backwards and maybe don't particularly like their tax dollars being used to say, oh, so you're taking my tax dollars, giving it to states, so people who didn't pay their fines, didn't pay their bills, didn't pay their fees, they get to keep their driver's license because they went, I got to pay mine. And oh, by the way, that may be a state that has a sanctuary city, that may be a state that has already defunded their police, and that's a state that doesn't require photo ID when they go to vote so they can keep voting in people who will pass these kind of laws. I think there's a lot of Americans who think, wow, that seems a little backwards to me. That's all we're pointing out. And you can call it irrelevant, you can call it not appropriate, whatever you want to call it. I actually call it common sense. And my guess is there's lots of Americans who would agree with this. I appreciate the gentleman yielding.
With that, I yield back to the chair.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Let's strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Had the luxury of us stepping away, but able to be on virtually. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the way you guided this debate on a very important initiative. Again, I refresh the memories of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that the Scanlon bill, Congresswoman Scanlon bill, can be documented across America for the scourge that occurs when mostly young people, and mostly young people of color, or mostly low-income people get overwhelmed. We know that our young people in college are overwhelmed with student debt. These individuals get overwhelmed with small infractions. It's not because they don't want to pay, it's because they don't have the money to pay. And as evidenced, all the facts are not born in the Dante Wright case, but besides some dangling air fresheners, which obviously should have warranted a pat on the hand and a ticket, there may have been something with an expired tag. Well, maybe I should announce breaking news. We have been in COVID-19 lockdown for almost 2 years, rightly so. That means that agencies who deal with a variety of administrative issues, licenses and otherwise, were not even open. Some of the courts were not even open. So here we are with a young man who's lost his life. But the point that I wanted to make is, besides defunding the police amendments, distraction, though someone has every right to do so, and I respect them for that. I want to qualify that. And then, again, here we are with immigration sanctuary city amendments, again, that are germane because the way the bill is written, it is a condition. But the idea is that, again, we suggest that sanctuary cities are a known, conspicuous, and prevalent situation if you determine to use that definition. I don't think any city is providing themselves as a sanctuary under states' rights and that particular state that the city is in. It may be that they have a different policy as it relates to non-statused individuals. That is far different from calling something a sanctuary city. I think at one point someone was trying to call Houston, Texas a sanctuary city. I live in Houston, and I know for sure we don't have that terminology, but we are an open and welcoming city to human beings who happen to be there with their family and their children, and I'm very grateful for that. So I think we need to accept this legislation for what it is. It is not appropriately responding to any crisis. It's not uplifting to anyone, and it's not the intent of the legislation to be able to cure the infractions overload that our cities seem to be engaged in to raise money, and then the complete detour that some people then have to take because they are arrested, they're in jail, they don't have the money to pay, and it's a cycle again. And if I wanted to go on, I would say to you, there are families that loses a breadwinner, there are families that then has someone in jail that is compounded by the fact that they were not able to pay, and so it's mounting fees, and their jail time is extended, and you break the family cycle. So I'd simply ask my colleagues to vote for HR 2453. That is going to be a problem solver. That's going to get at a problem. That's going to unify families. That's going to help young people stay in college or high school versus in jail because by the very nature of their condition, they don't have the money. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope that we can vote on this very thoughtful and important legislation. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I would say that about my friend from Arizona's amendment, that, we've had a number of conversations here today about voter identification, for example, obviously the underlying purpose of driver's licenses for driving. And all of this ties back to the question of underlying all this is the use of federal dollars, which again, I'll reiterate, just because we never get it through our thick skulls in Washington, it's money we don't have. We just keep spending money and then tying strings attached to it when we don't have it. $30 trillion of debt later. But so here we are arguing about how to spend money we don't have, putting a hook on it for a purpose which may have some meaningful impact at the state and local level, but which, God bless you, but which the federal government should not be, in my opinion, directing to the state and local government. I might agree that we shouldn't hook the voter ID amendment, which I added in that same vein, if we were to sort of back away from this whole endeavor. And maybe, and I won't speak for the gentleman, maybe he would agree with respect to the sanctuary issue. But I think there's this sort of dismissal that this is all unrelated, but all of this gets to the core. I'm going to take about identification. We're all agreeing that driver's licenses are important. They're important for driving. That goes without saying. They're important for flying. They're important for use. We use driver's licenses as our primary form of identification everywhere we go. Again, Major League Baseball, airlines, wherever it might be. And how often are driver's licenses in the United States obtained illegally or through false documentation? How many identities are stolen in this country? It's stolen frequently. In fact, I was talking to a businessman in Austin, Texas the other day, and he was talking about how they had, had a voluntary audit to deal with their hiring practices, and then had somebody had reviewed their business, and of 1,200 employees over a number of years, 400 had been determined through the various mechanisms to have violated, that they didn't have status in this country, this is not unusual in Texas, right? As my fellow Texans will know. This is one of the issues we have with our broken immigration system. But in that case, this business, they had been using I-9 and in another case, another instance, E-Verify, and these documents had been presented with the full faith and belief that they were legitimate and real. And they had had an audit, and they had believed that they had done everything in good faith, but a lot of these identifications were flat out stolen. And so this is a systemic problem we have with respect to our ability to trust this stuff. So now you could go to sanctuary cities. Well, we've got this just big convoluted mess where we're having cities in this country who are specifically trying to resist working with federal law enforcement entities. Many of my colleagues on the other side have even suggested abolishing ICE. The vice president has compared ICE to the KKK. They've said we should abolish ICE and get rid of it, get rid of Border Patrol, all of these things. And then you've got sanctuary cities, jurisdictions that won't enforce the law, work with federal authorities to enforce the law. Then you've got people using and stealing IDs, the very IDs we're talking about that are critically important for people to drive, in which my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would say it's perfectly fine for us to say we need to let them continue to use driver's licenses unlawfully gotten, but to drive because they need to get a job. But we don't want to work with law enforcement to try to figure that out. You see why the American people are frustrated? Why don't we just come up with a system where the rule of law governs, where we figure it out, where local law enforcement work with federal authorities, that we do our job to ensure that people who are here are abiding by the law, figure out how many people we agree or disagree, and we can vote and debate. 1 million, 2 million, 5 million, how many people should come in lawfully? And let's just do our job, secure our border, instead of doing what we're doing now. I believe all of this is tied together. And I believe that this is related, and I appreciate the gentleman's amendment. And if he needs any more time, I'm happy to yield to him. But no, I will yield to the chair.
The gentleman has yielded back. Are there any further speakers on this amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. No? The noes have it?
No.
The noes have it.
Request a roll call.
Roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren.
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee.
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch. Ms. Bass.
No.
Hi, Congresswoman
Ms.
Bass. It's Terry Moran. Thanks for doing this.
Ms.
Sure.
Bass votes no.
I'm sorry, I was just.
Mr.
Hold on
Jeffries.
one second.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Demings. Mr. Correa.
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse.
The goose votes no.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath.
Well, certainly.
Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean.
Dean votes no.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar.
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush.
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa.
Aye.
Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe.
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fischbach.
Aye.
Ms. Fischbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts. Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Bentz.
Yes.
Mr. Bentz votes yes. Mr. Owens.
Owens, yes.
Mr. Owens votes yes.
Mr. Chair, how is Swalwell recorded?
Mr. Swalwell, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no.
Mr. Liu?
Mr. Chair,
How am I recorded?
Mr. Liu, you are not recorded.
Lou votes no.
Mr. Liu votes no.
Massey?
Mr. Massey votes yes.
is Mr.
Johnson of
Cohen
Louisiana?
recorded?
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes yes.
Mr. Cohen?
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Chair, how is Jones recorded?
Mr. Jones, you are not recorded.
Mr. Jones votes no.
Mr. Jones votes no.
Has anyone not been recorded who wishes to be recorded? In that case, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 17 ayes and 21 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any other amendments to H.R. 2453? A reporting quorum being present, The question is on the motion to report the bill HR 2453 as amended favorably to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered reported favorably to the House. A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren.
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia, I believe you're muted.
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Deutsch. Ms. Bass. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Jeffries votes aye. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell.
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu.
Aye.
Mr. Liu votes aye. Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Demings. Mr. Correa.
Aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon.
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
Yep.
Neguse votes aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath.
Straight to
Macbeth votes aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes aye.
Mr. Stanton, could you turn on your camera?
That 18-8 doesn't have the Allison.
Ms. Dean.
Dean votes aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Escobar.
Aye.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Jones votes aye. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes aye.
Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush.
Bush votes aye.
Ms. Bush votes aye. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Gomert votes no. Mr. Issa.
No.
Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Buck. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock.
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Stubbe.
No.
Mr. Stubbe votes no. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Fishbach.
No.
Ms. Fishbach votes no. Ms. Sparts. Ms. Sparts votes no.
No, no estuve.
Mr. Fitzgerald.
Estoy trabajando.
Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Owens.
Ms. Demings?
Ms. Demings, you are not recorded. Ms. Demings votes yes.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who have not been recorded?
Yes, Owens, I haven't been recorded.
Mr. Owens, you are not recorded.
Owens, no.
Mr. Owens votes no.
Are there any other amendments, members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded? The clerk will report.
All right, Congress, I'm turn back.
Mr. Chairman, there are 22 ayes and
Who's that?
Thank you.
Ms. Bass You took my. Is Ms. Bass recorded?
Where's the?
Ms. Bass is not recorded.
Ms. Bass, you're not recorded on final passage of the bill. You need, your mic is off.
Excuse me, how did?
You're not recorded on final passage of the bill.
I'm not,
Correct.
Bass votes aye.
Ms. Bass votes aye.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Who's it?
Mr. Liu, you are recorded as aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, there are 23 ayes and 17 noes.
The bill, a reporting quorum being present, I'm sorry. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. The bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute incorporating all adopted amendments. Without objection, staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. HR 704, pursuant to notice, I now call up HR 704, the Artistic Recognition for Talented Students Act, or the Arts Act for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
HR 704 to amend Section 708 of Title 17.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. HR 704, the Artistic Recognition for Talented Students Act, or the Arts Act, directs the Register of Copyrights to waive the application fee to register a copyright for students who have won the Congressional Art Competition or the Congressional Art App Challenge. I thank the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries, for his leadership in introducing this bipartisan, bicameral legislation, along with Representative Nancy Mace and the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa. 40 years ago, Congress sought to encourage the country's youth to pursue their creative passions by establishing the Congressional Art Competition. I, alongside many of us here today, host this district-wide competition where high school students compete to have their artwork hung in the halls of Congress. In 2013, Congress recognized the need to promote more student interest and participation in the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields known as STEM. In an almost unanimous vote, the House established an academic STEM competition that led to the formation of the Congressional App Challenge. In the App Challenge, middle and high school students show off their coding skills and compete against others in their district. Year after year in both of these competitions, the talent our students display is remarkable. Through both, we continue to see our youth encouraged to develop their artistic and technical talents as Congress intended. The Arts Act makes these competitions even more impactful. Under the bill, students may apply to register a copyright for their winning artwork or winning app for free. This introduces these students to the intellectual property system and the benefits of copyright protection. We on this committee know just how important intellectual property rights are to our country and our economy. Yet studies show that awareness of intellectual property is lacking among the country's students, even if they pursue fields that are IP intensive. The Arts Act helps close this awareness gap early on and allows these students to participate in the intellectual property system without a financial burden. Under current law, the Register of Copyrights cannot waive these fees on her own. The Arts Act amends the Copyright Act to allow such a fee waiver for these specific circumstances. I again applaud Mr. Jeffries for bringing this important legislation, which will aid the next generation of creators and innovators. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 704. I now recognize the distinguished ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. HR 704 directs, as you said, the Copyright Office to waive copyright registration fees for winners of the Congressional Art Competition and the Congressional App Challenge. This is a good bill. The Congressional Art Competition is a great competition. We all get to support highly talented students in our districts, and the winners, of course, get to hang their winning artwork in the Capitol. But is this really why the American people sent us to Washington? More than 3 months into this Congress, this committee is yet to have a full hearing. We got FBI Director Wray, who I'd love to talk to. I think many members would. We've got Secretary Mayorkas we'd love to talk to about the crisis on our border. There is an unprecedented crisis, a chaotic situation on our southern border caused by President Biden's immigration policy changes. There's a dangerous phenomenon of cancel culture spreading the nation, silencing dissenting thought and disagreement. American businesses are still closed. The right to worship is still restricted in places throughout the country, and American liberties are curtailed. With all the challenges face our country, this is the bill that makes the cut. This is one of our top priorities. This committee has jurisdiction over some of the most important and pressing issues facing Americans today, issues that directly threaten their fundamental liberties. Rather than working with Republicans to address those issues, Democrats want to give every member of Congress an annual gift certificate for a free copyright registration that they get to hand out to their constituents. Again, no one disputes the value of the art competition. We're having we're determining our winners next week at an event we do every year in our district. I'm sure many members are doing the same thing here in the next few weeks. It's an important competition, but we got important issues that we should be addressing. I hope we support this bill, but more importantly, I hope we address those critical issues that the country would like for us to weigh in on. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. Are there any amendments to H.R. 704? For what purpose does Mr. Jeffries seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding and for your support. I thank the ranking member for his support as well. I rise in support of H.R. 704, the Arts Act, a bipartisan, bicameral effort to support student creators, help ignite their passions, and allow them to dream big. The framers of the Constitution and the founders of our great country understood that society would benefit if we incentivize creativity and innovation. That's why Article 1, Section 8, Clause 8 of the United States Constitution gives Congress the power to create a robust intellectual property system to promote, in the words of the framers, the progress of science and useful arts. Many of our founders, of course, were authors and inventors themselves. As Judiciary Committee members, we have often worked together in a bipartisan fashion to carry out this constitutional mandate. The Arts Act seeks to build upon this principle and practice by helping to introduce the next generation of creators from around the country to copyright and intellectual property. Specifically, it will permit the Register of Copyrights to waive application filing fees to register copyright for those talented high school students who win the Congressional Art Competition or the Congressional App Competition each year. By doing so, student creators will be incentivized in the best traditions of the framework laid out in the Constitution to register their works, allowing them to gain experience with the copyright process and insight into subsequent benefits. Last Congress, this bill unanimously passed the Senate, and it has bipartisan support in both chambers. I would like to thank the co-lead on this bill, Representative Nancy Mace, for her partnership, as well as Senators Tillis, Leahy, Congressman Issa, Congresswoman Sparks, Congressman Nadler, and Cicilline and Johnson for helping to partner on this effort. I urge my colleagues to support our nation's next generation of creators and vote yes on this straightforward, bipartisan, bicameral legislation, and I yield back.
Do any other members seek recognition? Any other members seek recognition? If
I
not,
take recognition, Rutland Bath.
for what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I would just have to say that I absolutely think that in light of everything that our students across the country have suffered this last year with COVID-19, that this is just a wonderful way through bipartisanship to celebrate them, to celebrate their ingenuity, their creativity, their strength, their academia. And I unequivocally support Congressman Jeffries for putting forth H.R. 704. It's bipartisan legislation that provides just another opportunity for our nation's young artists and innovators. And I've had the great pleasure myself of bringing together curators and teachers and artists and students for the Congressional Art Challenge in Georgia's 6th Congressional District. And this competition definitely creates an important opportunity to celebrate the visual arts and the young artists in each of our communities. It's been a privilege to give these students an opportunity to display their artwork in the Capitol and in my offices in DC and in Georgia. And I've been blown away by their talent, as each of us has been blown away by the students that have won these competitions. And I look forward to bringing our artistic community together again for this event next month. Likewise, I've had the pleasure of seeing the incredible work put forth by my district's emerging computer scientists in the Congressional App Challenge. And I was so impressed with each of the apps that were submitted to this year's competition. We've got to keep improving opportunities for our young people to participate in STEM classes that not only teach them the core skills that they need, but also inspires a lifelong appreciation of science and technology, and that is needed for them now more than ever. And this legislation really improves these excellent programs by creating another way for students to simply learn, registering their work with the Copyright Office. And I hope that this bill continues to allow students to build on their achievements by registering their work and learning about how they can assert ownership of their own intellectual property. That is what we're trying to teach young people across the country. We talk about giving them ownership and being able to be part of our thriving economy and to stimulate it. This is one of the ways that we put them on that track, put them on the right path to doing so. So I'm so pleased to support our young creators in arts and sciences with the passage of this bill, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill as well. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill HR 704 favorably to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. This concludes our business for today. Thanks to all of our members for attending. Without objection, the markup is adjourned.